But just to indicate to the leadership of our portfolio committee, yesterday, His Excellency, our President, has addressed the nation subsequently to a cabinet meeting on the basis of the heavy rains that were experienced in many parts of KwaZulu-Natal and in the Eastern Cape, and the declaration of the disaster that President could see that the damage has been too much, and a declaration by the provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal was inadequate. Therefore, a state of national disaster has been declared, and the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, they are working on all those matters that are supposed to be done. But from our side, because our Minister Mchunu, is part of the National Disaster Team and Interministerial Committee, we are actually sitting on those structures. And what we needed to indicate is that from the 10th of April, and then until towards the 11 and 12, where the times where more rains were actually received, Chair. And these rains has actually caused untold sufferings, Chairperson and members. And infrastructure has been highly affected in KwaZulu-Natal and certain parts of the Eastern Cape and in a number of regions. But we also have to indicate, Chair, that that particular impact that has happened, it goes beyond a number of areas, which is eThekwini. Ugu is also affected. King Cetshwayo is affected, Herikwala is affected, Umgungundlovu, Ilembe, and these other parts of the Eastern Cape. Those that are weather experts or climatologists, they've indicated that that rain actually took place for more than 48 hours, as I was saying. And there was an antecedent precipitation index, which they normally measure their system. When it is actually not too dangerous, you will normally receive between 100 to 250 milliliters of rainfall, which is your yellow. But at that particular point, it escalated to red, where the rainfall antecedent precipitation index, CHEM, it rose between 150 to more than 400 millimeters. This is what His Excellency the President has actually responded. What has happened is that the flooding has led to a serious disruption in the main supply systems, whether it is the transport system, whether it is connectivity in telecommunication, whether it is rail, whether it's ports, whether it is issues of water and electricity. The damage is, Your Excellencies, is very extensive that we are also bowing our heads and joining His Excellency the President, as we know now that more than 400 people have lost their lives, especially in KwaZulu-Natal, and a number of people are still missing. And apart from that, the President reported yesterday about the incident of the burning of certain settlements in the Western Cape, more than 300 households affected. Key infrastructure has been affected in our case, including water and wastewater services. What we also have to report is that after Minister Mchunu came on the ground and other ministers after the President visited, he was able, the minister, on a water and sanitation, after doing the site visit, create an institutional mechanism. That institutional mechanism is going to fit into the existing disaster management structures of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, including in the Eastern Cape. In our case, a war room was created. That war room is established by Umgeni Water, the Department of Water and Sanitation, both in the province represented by the provincial head, Mr. Starking, but also the national department. We also have eThekwini. The eThekwini are the ones that are in the main chairing the meeting, but we are also having human settlements. One of the biggest issues for KwaZulu-Natal with its beautiful landscape, Chair, is the valleys and hills. But the manner in which people are settled in KwaZulu-Natal, most of them, some of them, they are settled in areas that are actually not safe. If you look at the soil that is there, the soil type is one of the problems. But a number of people are actually chairperson within the flight lines. Not even in a flight line of 1:50, not even the one of 1:100. Even some of the infrastructure, when I was on the ground yesterday, you could see that it's closer to many riverbanks that you could see that it's happening there. The other matter that we also have to note is that the wastewater treatment plants, Chairperson, most of the sewer plants, the network is gone, the pipes are damaged, and it has caused a lot of problems, including issues of pollution and the effluent. When the minister was there were quick wins that were being decided. One of the quick wins was to ensure that there is a team that ensure that water, especially in communities that doesn't have water, are provided with water in a short term. In a short term, one thing that was decided, Chairperson, was that tankering services will be brought in as a quick way to be able to give people water. We must say now, Chairperson, because of the Easter holidays, we never started well in terms of mobilizing of those particular resources. But at this stage now, I can indicate that we have eThekwini having more than 152 trucks that they are providing, the department providing 50 trucks, and Umgeni also contributing, Coca is also contributing, and many other people are contributing in terms of the water tankers. And those water tankers are actually being made available for various communities, because there are communities that have not been having water for some time. There is a challenge with this quick win, Chair. One of the challenges we had was that the number of roads in KwaZulu-Natal and the bridges, they were destroyed and some areas are not accessible. eThekwini and the entire war room is working around the clock to ensure that accessibility of these areas is dealt with. Secondly, the other challenge around this intervention was the question that where water will come from, because both bulk and reticulation systems were affected. And in the main, where are you going to be receiving the water in terms of the filling stations? And the matter of the filling station, when Ash makes the presentation, there's been an issue that we were able to increase, including the Department of Water and Sanitation through Umgeni. A number of these filling stations are there. Because the first filling station, because of the pressure, infrastructure was damaged. They were able to fill a tanker chair to take more than 2 hours. And in other words, if you have starting there, you could see that you'll fill less trucks, even if you have so many trucks. But in 2 hours, if it's going to take you to fill a 16,000 liter, is one of the challenges. But as we speak now, this morning, the infrastructure for Umgeni, your weekends system, your Northern Works, the Durban Heights, the biggest, they are all being made available. And now on average, we should take less than 20 to 25 minutes to fill that particular tank. Our challenge that we had, that we're trying to improve now, is communication. Communication with the public representatives of all parties in eThekwini and the other areas of Ilembe and Ugu, so that these people can communicate with citizens. It's important that we locate the leadership of the people amongst the people, because certain communities, when these tankers are coming in, they are taking matters into their own hands, blocking them, hogging the water in such a way that it doesn't arrive on the other parts. The other work that has been looked at in ensuring that water is being supplied, there are a number of systems that are being implemented. There are five regions there. And we are pleased now that at the time when the minister spoke to the nation, the availability water that was available in the system in terms of the bulk network were at about 385 megaliters that was being made available, while eThekwini is needing more than 800 megaliters per day. We are very pleased to report, Chairperson, that system has improved substantially. At this stage, they will be able to provide more than 450 megaliters per day, which is more than 50% that what needs to happen. But we must caution, Chairperson, that there are certain biggest parts of those entire regions that water is still not available, especially the southern part, because the southern pump station, that augmentation system is still down. And we have lost the biggest supply of more than 280 in the Aquatat 1 and Aquatat 2, that supply Umgeni system. And in the medium and long term, the minister has been promised that water from Inanda and an emergency pipeline will be put in to deal with those particular issues. What we must indicate is that in as much as the bulk is starting to stabilize, Chairperson, a number of issues around the pump stations, electrical and mechanical, affected. But at the very same time, the reticulation system that provides a number of communities, there are a number of water leaks that are happening. There's a lot of other pipes that have been washed away, but some of the structures that are there are unstable. That's why the engineers, the plumbers, the artisans, and all of them are being deployed on the ground to deal with those issues. We must indicate that the other teams are working on full-scale assessment. And we've deployed engineers ourselves as a department, Umgeni, and also eThekwini, and Kokta and others are deploying that particular capacity. In our case, we've seconded Mr. Mahlang, one of the civil engineers from head office, to go and support the province, and we're looking that the DG will send more people so that those issues of infrastructure are attended to. One of the issues that is also important is about the issues of materials, whether it is plant, equipment, all these other things that you need to do so that you can be able firstly to stabilize the system, allow the system to recover, then we do the reconstruction and rebuilding of that particular system. We must also report, Chairperson, that even now that the disaster has been declared, we will all be making resources available to support those affected areas of KwaZulu-Natal and in the Eastern Cape. And His Excellency, the President, has also indicated that South Africans and business communities are coming in, and NGOs to be able to contribute. We are also very heartened by the engineering councils that are there, that are making all these other people to be available to assist to do that particular work. Chair, the other issues that I thought we should be able to report is that the issues of the sewer systems in most municipalities, anyway, even before the disaster struck, some of the wastewater treatment plants were not in good conditions. Some of them, they were not licensed. At this stage, Chairperson, the biggest wastewater treatment plants as we speak right now are non-functional, are not receiving the effluent, and the effluent is going through various rivers in KwaZulu-Natal and going into the sea. The immediate task that is happening now is that there has to be a deployment of teams to be able to do a cleanup operation to ensure that even those pumps and mechanical and electrical work that is submerged underwater are being attended to. Equally, the teams are doing assessment so that we could be in a position to do the restoration of some of these issues. But in the main, Chairperson, we wanted to indicate that we have been on the ground, we are at work. The Department of Water and Sanitation and the entire water sector, their hands are on the deck, and a number of communities are starting to receive water, but there are those communities who still don't receive water. And as we say, Chair, our sincere regret to those communities, and we're appealing to them to work with government, to work with their public representatives in dealing with some of those issues. And lastly, we must thank you as a committee responsible for water and sanitation, that we have thought that this is one matter of national importance that we have put on the agenda for consideration. At this stage, I would ask Ash that he takes you on some of the fundamental issues that they've been able to mount the ground. And we're so grateful about the attitude of the public servants that they drop their families and able to respond to the call of duty. I thank you.
Thank you, DM.
Ash and Angela, if you can put the bioscope through the chairperson on the screen.
Let me just hear about Mahlobo, whether Mama Gats also want to have a parting shot.
Thank you, Chairperson. Dear Mahlobo has represented the department so well. We shall await the presentation by Mr. Stuckey on what exactly is happening. Thanks, Chairperson, for offering me the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Stuckey.
Good day, honorable members. Am I audible?
No, you have got a very bad.
Chairperson, honorable ministers, deputy ministers, members of parliament, may I proceed? Am I audible?
Yes, you seem to be audible now.
Yes, you are.
Members, am I audible?
Yes, you are, Angela. Proceed.
Yes, you are.
Angela, you must proceed, please.
Am I audible?
DG, improvise. We can't just sit and idle. Improvise.
Honorable members, can you see my screen? May I proceed?
Yes, proceed, Angela.
The Deputy Minister has given us the background. Just to add context to this, some of the areas with 400 millimeters of rain in a 24-hour period is as much as half of the annual rainfall that region would receive in one whole year. Numbers of areas flooded, the drainage systems just not being able to, all the rivers not being able to cope with taking this amount of water away. Deputy Minister spoke of the action plan, and this is what I will focus on this morning. What we're going to do to try and fix the situation. You have been given some details of exactly what is happening. We have a war room established. It's headed by eThekwini municipality's head of water and sanitation, Mr. Msweli. We have Mgeni Water, Human Settlements, Roads Department, so we're able to coordinate the efforts to address and to develop the action plans and monitor the implementation of them. There are 250 technical staff within the department, Mgeni Water and eThekwini, technicians and engineers that are mobilized to deal with the matters. And eThekwini also have panels of consultants that they're able to draw on for the assessments. We've got specialized teams, subcommittees established that are dealing with the tankering of water to areas where there's no piped water, to look at ensuring that operations are reinstated as quickly as possible and repairs take place, as well as materials procurement, so there's no delay in availability of materials for repairs. To look at the most significant quick wins, one of the biggest impacts is the wash away of two big pipelines that feed water from the Nagel Dam to Durban Heights treatment works. These are known as the Nagel aqueducts. They have washed away completely, meaning that half of the capacity of the treatment works is not in operation because the raw water is not getting there. This impacts on about 250 megaliters of water a day and a large number of the supply areas. We are today increasing the production through the delivery through the two remaining aqueducts, which will bring more water into the system. And by the 24th, through alternative supplies, the works should be able to be back at capacity. Water has been brought from Ananda Dam and from other areas to ensure that that deficit is taken care of, as well as emergency repairs to one of the aqueduct lines. The other one will take a bit longer. Those areas impacted by that are mainly in the northern region of Durban, KwaMashu, Nzuma, Newlands, Durban North, Mhlanga, Phoenix, Inanda, and water is being supplied intermittently into these areas with tankers augmenting supply where necessary. The second largest impact in bulk supply is the South Coast Augmentation Pipeline, where the pipeline is actually washed away above the Lazi River. There was a pump station that we thought had been severely damaged as well, but this pipeline is what is impacting the supply. This is 100 megaliters of water a day into the southern parts of Durban. eThekwini presented an action plan, and we will be getting timelines on how quickly that pipeline can be reinstated. My next slide is just details on that. We have also had impacts on the Hazelmere treatment works, primarily because of the water quality, high silt levels and turbidity levels that are beyond the treatment capacity of the treatment plants. The operations on that plant is recovering with about 70 megs being treated at the moment. It has a capacity of 75 megaliters, 55 of that is being distributed. There's still high quantities of backwash required because of the high silt levels that are still remaining. That is supplying into Belita, northern parts of the southern parts of Ilembe, northern parts of eThekwini, and those systems are beginning to recover. The Wiggins Works is operating well and supplying a lot of areas in the town, and at Durban Heights, I have covered the issues at that works. In terms of the action, the third large bulk impact is at the Tongaat water treatment works, which is being severely damaged, as well as the intake works and access roads washed away. We are fast tracking supply from other supply systems, including from Hazelmere, and also looking at a package treatment plant. We're just evaluating the ability of that plant to treat the water and produce water of an acceptable quality. But there will be a lot of relief brought to the Tongaat area, which is supplied by Tongaat Waterworks from the Hazelmere supply side and also from the Mamba Ridge Reservoir. There is a lot of work going on the reticulation side. Even when we get water into the bulk systems, often there are breakages downstream of the reservoirs that are getting discovered as we recharge the reservoirs and allow supply to the communities. eThekwini are working in-house as much as they can and repairing the leaks as they are discovered. They're using satellite technology to identify the leaks. And tankers are, Deputy Minister spoke about tankers that have been deployed. Yesterday, we have managed to secure an additional 7 filling sites as bottlenecks in the filling sites were an issue. There's a booster pump at the Wiggins Works on a filling site, which means we can fill a 15,000 litre tanker in just a few minutes. I think that has been covered. Just to give you a high-level overview, the inner west region, supply in this region is improved by about 60%, outer west by about 60%, central region about 50%, southern region is still the one that's impacted by that south coast aqueduct, and as soon as that is repaired, we will be able to recharge those systems. The northern region is improved by about 40%. Just to give you an indication of the geographical layout of the areas that are most impacted within the city, the red ones where the South Coast pipeline, South Coast aqueduct supplies into the south of Durban. There's the tankering fleet is getting attention. There are additional tankers from DWS as well as from COGTA and other donations. APSA also tankering water into health hospitals through some support services, some support donations from APSA. Sanitation is now the current focus. A detailed action plan has been prepared by eThekwini Metro. There's still a number of places within the city that they're not able to access the wastewater works and the treatment and the distribution pipelines. That assessment is underway, and emergency procurement being undertaken to ensure contractors are on hand to be able to implement those repairs. The supply of materials is an issue. A committee is established, headed by the supply chain management, to ensure that the teams aren't held up with a shortage of supply of any materials. To move on to the Ugu District Municipality, they are impacted also by the South Coast aqueduct, which takes water to the south of Durban and then through to the north of the Ugu District. That's the Mzinto supply system mainly, which will obviously also have shortages of water, although they do have supplies from the Mzinto treatment works. It's not sufficient to meet the demands. Most of Ugu's water treatment works rely on run-of-river abstractions. That means their pumps take water directly from the river to the treatment works. Most of these pumps had to be lifted out of the river during the flooding so that they did not get damaged. And also the high turbidity and silt levels meant those treatment plants couldn't operate for a period of 4 to 5 days. The plants, their biggest plant, the Baboy Treatment Works, which supplies Port Shepstone and surrounding areas, is back online at full capacity, and the systems are being recharged. There are areas that still don't have supply. The concern in Ugu at the moment is that load shedding impacts on the ability to pump and treat water, and this will mean it will take longer for the systems to recharge. We are negotiating with Eskom to try and exempt priority sites from load shedding. We have also provided tanker support to the Ugu District Municipality. Then north of Durban, the Elambe region is also impacted. Most of the supplies from Hazelmere I have covered. They have also got a detailed action plan that has been presented, and we are working with them. But it is certainly eThekwini and more of the south region that is more severely impacted. Thank you very much for your attention. That is my presentation this morning.
Thank you very much. And I want us to discuss this one because I was told that most of the.
Chairperson, you are not audible. Chairperson, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I hear you, DM. Can't you hear me?
You're better now. If you can go closer to your mic.
Okay. I was saying earlier on that I was informed that the officials of the department might leave us in the middle of the meeting on the basis of them being busy in this particular crisis that we are in. I'm therefore wanting us to discuss this report now rather than us listening to all presentations and discuss them once a member at a time. And with that, that's where we are. DM, if there are things you wanted to add, please add now in order for us to can start discussing the report. Both Deputy Minister Matobo and Deputy Minister Makadzi or DG Phillips, if you are here. If there's anything you want to add, just make us know that it might not be covered by the report.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's DG Phillips here, if I may add something.
Please do.
Just for information, the department used emergency procedures to reprioritize part of its own normal budget to hire the tanker services that Angela and the Deputy Minister have talked about. And we also used emergency procurement procedures to do it. So we didn't wait for the disaster funds to be provided by the national government. We've urgently reprioritized part of our own budget to provide the tankering services, which is the most urgent need that was required immediately when water supplies were cut off. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to make an assumption that both the DGs are covered for now. They might answer questions later on.
Who are covered leadership will follow your guidance. Thank you.
Okay. Members, there we are. Can we engage the report by just showing our hands on the portal? There was only one hand. Okay, there is now a hand of member Basson. Yeah, only that for now. Let us hear you. Okay, member Basson, member Sitwai, member Tseke. On that
Thank
order.
you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, thank you very much for this report. And thank you also for the department's quick response concerning this. Chairperson, the problem that I foresee is that it would take some time to fix all these damages to our infrastructure. And therefore, tankering is an important way of getting water or water points where people could go and collect those water. I know there is in Ekurhuleni, there are some of the wards that has not been put on the list. And I want the department or the war room just to have a look at that. We service all the wards in the affected areas so that we can make sure that everybody to get some water. I would really appreciate if the war room or the minister could maybe intervene in that to make sure that it's not only certain wards that get water, but all the wards in the affected area. Thank you, Chairperson.
I did say that it will be member Sitwai and member Tseke in that order.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much. I think it's proper to really appreciate the role played by the department led by the two DMs and the minister. You have really made us proud from a distance. I do also want to say the media this time has really followed what the government wants to do. As we are not in KZN, we've got huge interest on how the KZN communities are being frustrated and destroyed by the disaster. You have made the government to be very, very visible. It's important to say that, Chairperson. Just 3 issues, Chair, more especially on the presentation by the DM, where he raised the issue of the infrastructure, which is next to the river bed, which is always a problem where all those houses and business, they sink because of the soft soil. Now, the view that I want to raise, Chair, is perhaps a KZN to look on that for future and for sustainability of addressing the issue. I raise the issue because Port Elizabeth is very, very close to the sea. But there's a huge strategic investment that has been there. I'm not saying when God likes the other day, you jump on top of those buildings, and there are also houses, huge high levels of flats and strong business from international and from local that I believe they've protected the houses of that community of Port Elizabeth. I'm raising issue that is something that needs to be looked into. Sometimes we reject businesses that are coming, whereas they could intervene for long term on issues of this nature. The second issue there is the issue of the tanks and tankers. I do want to hear from the department and the GMs, how are we going to resolve the problem that we had last time? The issue of tanks and tankers was a good solution and an intervention during disaster, but it brought a lot of problems and huge challenges. And the department has then managed to have departmental tankers to some district. Did we manage to have a fruitful solution on those tankers so that it should also intervene on this process? I do not imagine that the problem that we had has been resolved to the latter. Perhaps the department will tell us in the possible disruptions that have made by that particular process in providing water to our communities. The last one, Chair, is the issue of, I hear the presenter who just presented that the budget has been taken from budget that we had. I just want to raise some challenges that we have in our budget provision for a financial year where targets are not met because money has been taken to somewhere. How I wish that where money has been taken from particular targets, we should be informed in good time so that when we're making a performance evaluation, we don't ask questions on issues that were of a paramount matter of government. So it's important that we have very clear budget consolidation, and that also include the other spheres of government, because The role of intervening on the disaster is not solely a responsibility of national department, because all spheres have got disaster fund in their budget. So it's important that you have a very clear consolidated budget to address the matter so that our targets are met, and where we've taken money, it should be known. And also perhaps COPTA and other departments, we should get their contribution on the matter. I did not get the clear department that are participating in this. I raise the issue because social development has got to be deeply involved where there are deaths of families, where child-headed families, when many other issues have happened which are social related issues. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Teke.
Thanks very much, Chair. Good morning to the colleagues and to good self. Let me also appreciate the report presented by the department, and also welcome the quick intervention that is done by both the department and the provincial department of sanitation. I think we really appreciate that, Chair, but I think on a continuous basis, DM, we must be able to give us progress report on where are we in terms of the intervention. Just two quick things that I want to raise, Chair. I think Mama's Try has touched one of them that I want to raise. The lesson learned from the hard lockdown caused by COVID is that as much as we're intervening as the department in terms of giving or deploying trucks to different municipalities, but the reality is that most of the tankers, water tankers that were displaced or deployed in the communities were not filled with water. And as a result, most of the tankers were stolen. So I think this should be one of the lessons that we have learned, and we must be able to make sure that we rectify or we come up with proactive steps that we can be able to deal with that. I think we must be able to make sure that we secure the resources that we are deploying to different communities. And secondly, on the issue of corruption, most of the department, we have seen in the media that they've, taken note that this is an emergency, or take advantage that this is an emergency intervention. And there was a lot of corruption emanating from the procurement of PPEs in the past. So I think we should also conscientize our officials, our department, in making sure that we guard against corrupt activities that will emanate from our intervention, both in KwaZulu-Natal and in Eastern Cape. Just want to conscientize that, so that the country should be seen as doing good to our communities, not be able to take advantage of the disaster that is affecting our communities. Thank you. Those are the two things that I wanted to raise. Thanks.
Honorable Mushala.
No, Chairperson, Eriches Vaka, Religion Medicine Kamuka. Chairperson, Eriki Tome Karolebo, Kilebo to Kamukarabo, Navari Logana Goya di Hakanego. Babarona, Batusha, Batuba, Borena, Guana, Talababa, Jerokiliru. Lebora kudu di political party jedingwe jeji soga fasira pusho azanga badula bare rena are hwetse chelete from the government ba tjere masentinyana a bona a se go gona ba tsamaya ba yo le thusha batho ba bo rena ba ba wetšego ke leru kwa KZN. So siyababongela bonke laba basizile. Ama-business people laba bakhona ukulekelela abantu bethu ukuthi bangahlupheki. Kubuhlungu into leyenzakele lapha KZN. And that's why we'll keep saying that when batho ba bo rena ba wile ka mo mahlong a re beng kona re kitimeng ka bonako to make sure re ba tshireletša. But the chairperson, I've got just one issue that I'm also concerned with as well. I'm sharing the same sentiments as Zeki and Mamsi Hwai. It is about the extent and the cost to damage of bulk and sanitation infrastructure at the national and provincial level. We know very well that they cannot be assessed at the given time. While we note the assistance provided for flood disaster by national department, also important to ascertain the cost of damage to water and sanitation infrastructure in the province. And it's important to assess and track how current grant funding environments will be shifted from programs and projects to mitigate the cost of this damage. If we can assess that, I think we will be able to get this thing correctly, because we know these environments, sometimes they are causing problems into the lives of the people, because the money meant for service delivery end up being going to corruption through the environments and everything. We understand it's going to happen because there is a crisis at the moment, there's a disaster. So when it happens, let's make sure that we assess properly and we assess and check how current, how the money goes and all those things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I don't see any other hand. Let me just say one or two things. I do believe that we really do need to, from an honest point of view, take very much care, deputy ministers and DG, of the concerns raised by the three members, more especially on corruption, given the violentness of how work must be done in response to this crisis that we are in. It is unavoidable that we'll have violence, that is unavoidable that we'll have to circumvent the processes of SCM, but in doing so, we must be very much aware that it is through this that people they think of enriching themselves in the process when crisis is taking place. With that in mind, Chair, I must say that from a political posture point of view, we are doing very well, but in the reporting system, DG, for instance, you will say we have acquired 15 water tanks, but when you go to the detail, you say no, only 20 arrived, 30 are still in the process, and 10 there's a crisis. So you create a big number of achievements, but when you go to the details, in the breakdown of where we are, there comes the detail tells a different story. And I think it is important that you say that we wanted to acquire or to purchase 10 trucks. We only managed to purchase 5. 5 is still in the process. It is better that way. With that in mind, Deputy Ministers, I know this is not only your responsibility. KZN must never be allowed to do crime at the expense of the downtrodden masses of KZN. we are coming from, of course, the Gauteng KZN looting, and it was in a high level of looting daylight in KZN. Of now, where we are, people are struggling. Other people are stopping cars in the highway, they are stealing. People are getting into swimming through big rivers to go and steal on the other side of the road with our eyes open. I know it is not your responsibility to police, the deputy minister says, but it is part of the country to police wrongness that is taking place. There is a tendency, literally, when people steal, they tell you that they go and steal boxer in Umlazi because they are saying it is a Rupert company, therefore it is a serious company. We are not acting on these issues. We need really to act on these issues from your executive point of view when you meet as ministers. But up until we act ruthlessly against this criminality that is being done daylight in the absence, in using the name of hunger and poverty and joblessness, we are not going to win this battle. We must win this battle by being ruthless on people that are literally taking advantage of our people. But it will be wrong of me not to thank you for proactively reacting. You have got good report. It means that your hands were very much on the deck. How I hope that we use this proactiveness and efficiency even when there is no disaster. I have seen in KZN in 4 days' time we have managed to rebuild a very big road that was eroded through this water. But we are failing to build that road in 12 months' time and return the money under normal circumstances. It just shows that we are a little bit lax when there is no crisis. But otherwise, thank you very much, DG. Thank you very much, DM. And I think you are really representing us well there. So you can then respond to those that you think you want to respond, but otherwise it was comment and just adding on the work that we need to do. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks, Chair. Maybe let's just convey our sincere thanks to you as a chair. One of the things that we are learning working under President, dealing in supporting these provinces and Minister Mchunu, is that the goodwill of South Africans across all walks of life and the pain that all of us we share and about the people that we have lost. One of the things that we must commend is the ability of South Africans to come together. You know, various political parties, both national, provincial, and local, they've been working together. Yesterday, I had a number of various councillors there, especially including in Ward 58, somewhere around Tongati, is that people are not politicizing this matter, Chairperson. And we must be able to commend that we need to be able to put South Africa first and the well-being of people. Secondly, even in the water sector, Chairperson, we must commend various South Africans, including business, of their continued role and contribution, including NGOs and community-based organizations. They've played an important role and they continue to play. Ours is to join His Excellency the President to continue to make the call that we need solidarity during this time, and we will need a lot of other things, including people that we must appeal even when we try to acquire material and the things that we need for restoring, stabilizing the system, restoring the services, then rebuild and reconstruct. We are also appealing that we need people that have a heart. They don't actually escalate even the prices, Chairperson, because in our own sector, a lot of materials will be required in dealing with these particular issues. We will also take into heart your attitude as a committee around the question of accountability. We have learned from the mistakes and the misstep the country has done. And we know, and as we led by the minister, that we will spare no effort to ensure that there is value for money on the thing that the sector does. We are not taken for a ride. There is going to be accountability. But not only accountability, Chairperson, there must also be accountability in terms of performance. We will want the work to be done to be sustainable and be able to make ourselves proud. We also agree with you, Chairperson. In our presentation, information is power. And it's the responsibility of government that we share information in all material respect on the plan that has been adopted, led by Minister on Water and Sanitation. And more importantly, that information we also commit to share with the Portfolio Committee, so that you as the public representative in the Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation, we are able to respond timelessly about the issues that we have actually had, probably even that you'll make time to see. We will be able to share information, especially on tankering, on the stabilization of the system, both bulk and reticulation, is an important issue. But also a sharing of information, Chair, on issues of pollution, because a number of those wastewater treatment plants that are not working right now, the effluent is running to the environment, and people downstream, they might be tempted to say this is a water that is flowing. And we should be able to do the wash campaign in terms of water and sanitation and hygiene education, including the provision of those kind of sachets and others. The DG and the team will look at that the team must be able to do that, but we commit. Because one of the things while we're doing the temporary measures, we don't want South Africans to be taken for a ride where women are abused, the water is being sold, the water is not of good quality. But we have also taken a view that in the meantime, our tankering services, we need to track them. You know, some of the people who are in the tankering business, we have learned in the past that instead of taking so many loads per day, they sometimes claim on issues of water that they have not even provided. We've made a decision, Avo Ashley and the DG, they will share it with each other that every tanker we must be able to track them and the volumes so that you don't find these tankers going in a different way. Just to assure you as members that we have been on the ground, because one of the things that you can always make a mistake if you are in leadership is to accept the status quo that it is like that, and the reality, the experience of the people on the ground is different. We must admit, Chairperson, that there are tankers that we've procured. I know DG has procured more than 70 to 80 tankers. Not all the tankers, Chairperson, are going to Devon. They're not going to eThekwini. There are other areas the DG and the minister are helping, Ilembe, Ugu, and the others, where we have to be able to say, in as much as the epicenter is in eThekwini, but there are these other areas that are affected. And our department is also working with those municipalities with their joint operation centers to do the same, including the Eastern Cape. Our provincial head is working with the leadership of the province there, including the COC and the MEC. We are keeping sight at any stage, at our level, at a local level, if there's a need that the minister and the deputy ministers must go to the Eastern Cape, we will do so. And we'll also keep an eye on the Western Cape that sanitation facilities and water is still provided to those communities that were ravaged by fire. I thought I should be able to indicate at this stage, honorable members, we will not be able to fully quantify the cost implication. But what we have done, the DG and the entire team in the war room, there has been the mobilization of that technical capacity, and we are continuing to receive more technical capacity of structural engineers, civil engineers, people of electrical, mechanical. They are going on site because most of the areas are beginning to be cleared up, even if the weather issues are starting to open up, but sometimes it comes back. It needs to be done so that the cost will be much known. But on the side of us as a department, especially on bulk, Minister has given very clear instructions, and Umgeni has committed. Umgeni, a number of its own systems, they need to be able to be stabilized. If you look at the supply to the Durban Heights, which is one of the biggest reservoirs there, the Aquatat 1 and Aquatat 2. The Aquatat 1, if you go to Inanda, it goes up there, is providing about 100 megaliters. That pipeline was washed away when that mountain collapsed. It took away the bridge and the forest and our pipelines. And then Aquatat 2, where we lost more than 160 megaliters. In the short term, Umgeni right now, they are working to ensure that we can be able to still draw water from the Inanda Dam, probably about 100 megaliters, while they're attending to the other systems. From the bulk supply of water, Umgeni should be able to handle those issues supported by the DG within their own resources, because that's their responsibility around bulk water. I must say to you as members, around bulk sanitation infrastructure, the bulk sanitation infrastructure or the wastewater infrastructure, it belongs to the municipality. And at this stage, we have also said our own engineers, they have been made available to the municipality to go there. An example, honorable members, you have, for an example, in Utongati, there's a wastewater treatment plant there. It's totally washed away, especially the pipe. But that 4-hole sewer is actually getting into that particular river right now. But you must also remember that even before the disaster, Chair, we're not very pleased about how eThekwini was managing their wastewater systems. Remember, there was a time the beaches were closed. We knew that their pipes are leaking. Even if you go and do physical observations there, it's going to be one of the biggest issues there, that we must stop the pollution. We must ensure that the environment is not polluted. But it's an opportunity that there has to be a full replacement of that particular infrastructure. There are certain issues about the assessment around structural integrity where you could see other water treatment plants are actually the stability of the soil, there's been cracks and so forth. Those are some of those things that will have to be attended to. Therefore, the issues around the support to eThekwini by all grants that are available is going to be one of the important issues. But accounting officers are handling those issues within the prescripts. Ours is to support the accounting officers. I fully agree with you that in instances where we've reprioritized, we should be in a position to report back to yourselves as representative of our people. But this is a human tragedy, and we should all be understanding that we have to fix that problem. That area of KwaZulu-Natal, the conventional engineering and construction methodologies are no longer going to be the same because of the impact that has happened on the geology of the soil there. Ordinarily, some of the support pillars that they will need to put, Chairperson, they will need to start to build as if we are building in a sea. You know, when you build in a sea, a bridge or a pillar, or we are doing a refinery in the sea, the amount of concrete, the depth and the steel that must be used must be of high standard, because the rains in KwaZulu-Natal are going to come back again because of climate change and other, the Eastern Seaboard. Those are some of the things, Chair, that I think probably we should have an appreciation Probably one day the committee, when the time permits, you might want to find time just to go and see how hardworking your officials are, but also appreciate the damage. I must thank Honorable Pasoni, the other words that are excluded and so forth. We should be able to look at that, but there are also very good ideas that communities and other leaders are making, where you can even use some of the filling stations in certain areas where water is not available, where you can create those storage facilities, Chairperson. And the issues of involvement of Mamshlai, of other departments, all government departments have been actually activated by Umam Nkosazana as a chair of that Interministerial Committee on Disaster. Social development is highly involved even in the province, because there's a provincial job there, but there's also the local ones pending in those localities, and we're all feeding into that information, including to the National Disaster Management Center, because it has now been declared. The issues are not only about humanitarian or social relief, but also the issues, Mamshlai, they are also about mental issues. Number of communities, they've been traumatized. When you speak to them, they say they've never seen this kind of a thing, even since they were born. Even when they do a comparative analysis of more or less certain floods that befallen on to KwaZulu-Natal in 1987, they say there is no comparison. Even ourselves, when we spoke to even people who are elderly and gray-haired, that's what they've been able to share. There has to be that humanitarian relief, rescue operations, but also we need to work much around the site, dealing with issues of social support as directed by President, but we're all there, including that in future going forward, communities must be cycled in areas that are suitable, in areas that are not prone to disasters. Therefore, even when we reconstruct some of these areas, our climate mitigation measures will be applied, will have to be applied. Even the damages that has happened in the whole water network and the water system, the river banks that have been washed away, our own internal department in terms of construction, they will have to do an assessment, because we are responsible for those, and be able to say, what do we do? Because the structural integrity in the entire value chain was affected, Chair. But other than that, Chairperson, we are properly guided by you and supported by you. But we must know that when it comes to finances, the decision by government at this point in time is that the national fiscus, as you know, as members of Parliament, it remains under constraint. And the first take was that government will have to do the reprioritization. That's why each and every accounting officer was given that kind of a responsibility. And in our case, we're very grateful that Dr. Philip Sean has done that particular work and put particular systems. And we'll keep it a point that the system doesn't get abused. I will stop there, and I see Sean want to respond to one or two issues. But generally, we feel empowered. But as we say, we commit through the DG, we'll share more information, whether we're meeting or not meeting, so that yourselves, as we are coming from various provinces, you have information as people in the water and sanitation sector. Chairperson. Comrade Sean.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I just wanted to give a bit more information about the tankers issue and answer a few of the questions in the process. We started realizing on Thursday that there was going to be an urgent need for additional tankers because of the extent of the damage and the time it would take to repair the damage to the water infrastructure. And we engaged with the three worst affected municipalities, eThekwini, Ugu, and Ilembe, and they indicated to us in writing that they had a desperate need for additional tankers and gave us the numbers that they needed. We then immediately started to try and to Google names of tanker suppliers. I should say, members, we immediately took the decision that the quickest way to get tankers there is not to buy tankers, but to hire tanker services. If we were to buy tankers, we would have had to draw up specifications, etc., for the technical details of the tankers. It was a much quicker way, and we would have had to hire drivers of the tankers. A much quicker way to supply the tankers was to hire tanker services, which would be the tankers with drivers and fuel provided. So we very quickly on Thursday drew up a specification which specified that the tankers must meet certain hygienic requirements, that they must be provided with drivers and fuel. And we also specified that while we would be placing orders for tankers, we would only pay them on the number of trips done. So that answers one of the questions that we say we placed orders for 50 tankers, but over the weekend only 20 could be made available. That's exactly what happened, because this disaster happened at a very unfortunate time, and in that it happened over the Easter weekend. So some of the companies struggled to get their drivers back. They'd gone away on holiday and they struggled to get their drivers back to drive the tankers. And that explains why they were only able to provide over the weekend less tankers than the numbers that we placed orders for. But that doesn't mean we're going to pay for tankers that weren't provided. We only pay for tankers which are provided, and we're measuring which tankers are provided on what days. And we pay for a tanker with a driver delivering water on the days that they provide them, even though we provided orders for more. Now that the Easter weekend is over and that people who went home are returning, we expect that the companies will be able to fully meet the orders and provide more tankers. We did also manage the procurement very carefully. Perhaps I should also mention that by Thursday afternoon, while we were still trying to source tankers, we found that many of the companies had already closed. So we asked the NEPAD Business Foundation to assist us, and they talked to people at the Durban Chamber of Commerce, and we got cell phone numbers of the owners of the companies so we could call them after hours at home to get quotations from them. And then we made sure that we got proper written quotations from the companies. We checked that they're all on the government suppliers database and that they meet all the requirements of the government suppliers database before we placed orders against them. And I think generally speaking, most of the available capacity in the private sector to hire tankers has now been taken up by government in the area. The procurement has also been overseen by the Chief Financial Officer of the department, who oversaw the detailed work over the weekend. So we have been very careful to make sure that this emergency expenditure, while it's not following normal procurement procedures, that there's no corruption involved, and that that everything we've been doing is above board and that we can be accountable for. Thank you, Chairperson.
I don't see on any other hand, but the assumption makes that Mamakat, you are covered.
I'm covered. Thank you very much, Chairperson. DG and DM have really covered me. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee, we must just add and emphasize the point raised by Mamutala that we want to appreciate generally the community of KZN and the Eastern Cape that came into the fore to help where necessary, and for the support they give, more special business people all around the country. But in the same vein, we must raise this point generally as the Portfolio Committee, that people who are taking advantage of crisis and steal from the business people that are giving us, people who are stealing from us, people who are even just taking water from passed by trucks that are going to other areas, must never be appreciated. And I think we need to act harshly against them, because it is this that makes us a irresponsible government, that we can't act against just criminality that is taking place. And I think once we act against these people, we will start realizing where we are going. But because there is no hand now, I think we have finished with this KZN matter. No support. The second point, and I want us to finish with the program of the portfolio committee.
Chairperson, sorry, I didn't raise my hand.
Yeah, you
I
did.
raised my hand.
You didn't. We have closed the matter.
I raised my hand, Chair. Kannete, Chair.
No, man.
Just a small comment, Chair.
You did comment earlier. Okay.
Yeah, it's a follow-up. It's a follow-up, Chair.
You are not saying your hand is not up, but you're saying your hand is up.
I can say this up. I can say this up.
Tome can't say key because he didn't speak earlier.
Okay.
No, Chair, I want to, because in the public domain, there's an issue of saying that as government, we can't handle money. So I want to add to what you just said. Can we draft a statement released by yourself around the issue without responding to the public, but show our commitment on oversight on all funds that are going to be distributed there? That's in short, Chair. Thank you. And we must appreciate the quick response of the department on these crises. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, unmute yourself, please.
I'm done, Chair.
Nobe sicela ubaba Mashika unmute ngathi uyakhuluma ngalasimuzo. Can the host unmute the chair?
Is he still connected?
Yes, I was saying the last time I heard Theki, it was when he was saying we need to draft a statement. I did not hear what was the statement about.
Now, the statement, Chair, was saying in support of your closing statement earlier, to actually indicate the commitment of the committee in oversighting all the funds that are going to be used in KZN. Because as a public rapport of government unable to, look after the funds, there's a looting and all that, without responding to those, but just show our commitment on our side and also thanking the department of their quick intervention. Thank you, Chief.
I think we need to do that. The communication team, please draft something. Let me look at it, and we will then pass it through and we give it away, give it out to the public. It's very important that we really do speak about things that we are doing, because people have created an impression that we are just a bunch of stealers who are not worried about the will of the people. Metseke.
Thanks, Chair, for affording me the opportunity. Just a quick follow-up to what the DG has said. When hiring those tankers, I'm trying to check, are you also considering your BEE? Because I heard you in your statement saying you have Googled big companies in KZN and so forth and so forth. But I'm trying to check, because most big companies are owned by white people. So I'm trying to check the element of empowering or considering your Black economic empowerment, especially locally. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Yes, all the tankers that we've hired have been hired locally in the eThekwini area. We've hired from 4 companies, 3 of which are SMEs, local Black-owned companies.
Okay. Thank you very much. Then I think we have finished with the report of the
Chairperson,
disaster. Yes.
but the Mr. Phillips did not answer fighter question. Great thing.
What was the question again?
The question is very clear. It says that did they consider the BEE and all those things? But I don't hear him saying anything about that. He just said that here they've considered their big businesses and all those things and all.
No, he has just said, Honorable Mutala, he says that he has considered SMMEs and small business. That's not what he said. But you can repeat, Phillips, I don't want to be your shop swat.
My response, Honourable Chair, was that we have hired all the tankers from local companies in the eThekwini area. We have hired tankers from 4 companies, and 3 of them are SMEs, small black-owned businesses in eThekwini area.
Yeah, I heard you saying that, Mtala. I heard him saying that.
Okay, no, thanks so much, Chair. Are we hiring or are we buying these tanks?
No, hiring. Okay. As I've said, Nosipo, let's get into the. Thank you very much, Department, for your proactiveness. And if those of you who want to go and do work, go, but you still remain. You still need to remain in the portfolio committee. Some of you don't leave. All of you. There was too much of you today. We are about 671 at some point.
Let's allow those one chair that are supposed to work under the leadership of the DG who are helping on the ground. He will release them. The others that are led by Mama Katz and myself who are remaining for the other items. Thank you, Chair.
Somebody sent me that a person who is responsible for water in CDB joined the meeting. I don't understand how did that happen. And so we shouldn't be open to everybody who wants to be part of our meeting.
No, we are correct, Chair. We'll handle that. Me and Mama Katz, led by Mama Katz, will handle that so that we know from our side in managing our delegation, because our delegation is managed by dear Katz, supported by me.
Okay.
And through the DG. Yeah.
Nosipo?
Chairperson?
Sikuphi manje angisho sikule tariffs.
Yes, Chairperson.
Who
It's
is
the
presenting?
presentations by the department followed by SALGA on the proposed water tariff determinations.
It should be, okay, yeah, okay. The department first?
Yes, Chairperson, and followed by SALGA.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will be presenting on behalf of the department the water tariffs. Let me indicate and thank all the honorable members of this portfolio committee for giving us this opportunity to indicate to yourself what are the factors that have influenced our looking into the bulk water tariffs for 2022-2023. Chairperson, let me indicate outright that there are several legislations that we are following, and we definitely in our presentation will be able to indicate that so that as we are dealing with the approval of the approval processes of the tariffs, we know what informs this that we will be following. But also, Chairperson, besides legislation, there are other factors which we look into, particularly by the Waterboards, as they engage into looking into increasing of tariffs. And I wouldn't mention all of them, but I need to indicate that the electrical costs and the labor costs are the major drivers, but there are also dealing with chemicals and other related things that we look into as we deal with the issues of tariffs. Furthermore, Chairperson, I need to indicate that specific finding by economic and social regulations are the issues that we will be reporting on. We will also be reporting on the key factors that influence the tariff increase, but also the issues that were raised by SALGA. And I know that SALGA is on the platform. Definitely, they may be able to repeat the issues that were discussed between the department, the water boards, and themselves as SALGA. But also, we engaged National Treasury on dealing with the matters of a tariff increase, and hence the presentation of the tariffs to Parliament for Parliament to look into that. Chairperson, it's not only the water, purified water that we're looking into, but we're also looking into raw water as we're dealing with the tariffs, and in consultation with our stakeholders, looking into the key legislations, as I've already indicated. These are some of the things that we definitely will inform our recommendations for the charges as and when they change. I want to indicate, Chairperson, that of course the Department of Water and Sanitation, we've got long-term, medium-term looking into most of the things, and I want to bring to your attention, Honorable Chairperson and members, that there is an approach that the Minister is looking into. Just want to make sure that as we're dealing with the water tariffs, there are certain considerations, because I know that for sure, as the portfolio committee, you're looking into the municipalities, much as SALGA is looking into that, revenue collection, the challenges that are there in the municipality to can be able to pay their debts. And these are the areas that we are saying we need to look into as and when the water boards are requesting for reorganization of the tariffs. But I need to also indicate that last year, there was no increase, and as the request was made by the water tariffs, there were no increases of by the water boards, I'm sorry, there were no increases which were made. And this year, you will look at how the boards are trying to balance the equation as and when they request the tariffs to be looked into. And I need to indicate, Chairperson, that the Director General will make an insightful presentation to all of you so that we can be able to have an understanding of where we're coming from and where we are going in this instance. DG, accompanied by your team, let's make a presentation on the issues of tariffs for 2022-2023, and mindful of the fact that there are so many issues now which actually has befallen, and in particular, I'll look at the boards that are operating in KZN and also in the Eastern Cape, that now they will be faced with more challenges, despite the fact that they have increased their water tariffs. And definitely, these are the things that we are very, very mindful of, and we're taking into consideration. And I would implore on the portfolio committee to say, as we are dealing with this, let's also take into consideration the fact that all the water boards, they don't get any funding from government, but they make sure that they generate revenue so that they can be able to provide water to our people. Director General Dr. Sean Phillips, kindly make a presentation to the portfolio committee. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me take it back to you for the DG to make a presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Phillips.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The presentations will be made by Leonardo Manos, our acting DDG for regulation. He's going to make two presentations, one on the water board tariffs, and then a supplementary presentation on the other tariffs that the Deputy Minister was talking about in the raw water pricing strategy. Thank you, Chair.
When is Mr. Linas becoming a TDG if it's going to happen? He has been acting TDG for many years now.
We are becoming a shop steward, Chairperson. I know you are from a labor movement. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I hear you. I hear you, Mr. Dear Marshall. Okay. Manas?
But you're correct, Chair, on a later.
Okay. Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members, Deputy Ministers. I'm just going to try and reshare because it just went away.
And you could see Chairman has been transferred to DBSA National Treasury there. Thank you. The background behind him.
No, that was, sorry, that was for a previous, I didn't reset it. Apologies for that, Chairperson. Can my presentation be seen?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Okay. Just copy slide.
We can see it, Leonardo. You can proceed.
Okay, let me just move there from this side. I see that is it moving? Okay, apologies for that. There's something wrong with the slide. Okay, let me just go on like this. Apologies, Chairperson and honorable members. The presentation will just give around the background, the sources of funding for the sector, the value chain, the reflection on the water provision cost, the comments that we received from SALGA and National Treasury, and then the tariffs itself for Waterboard. Now, there is legislation, as the Deputy Minister Magachi has actually shared with yourself, regarding this tariffs that we have in terms of Section 42 of the Municipal Finance Management Act that it need to be tabled with Parliament, as well as Section 23 of the MFMA. And this is the reason why the Portfolio Committee must note the approved tariffs by the Minister of Water and Sanitation for the next financial year starting in 2022-2023 financial year as it stands. The background would be that, again, that the water boards are Schedule 3B entities in terms of the PFMA, and which are financed from other sources other than the fiscus. And that means that revenue has to be generated through tariffing. Now, as organs of state and established by Section 34 of the Water Services Act requires that water boards in their operation must strive to be financially viable, therefore that they must recover the cost from in terms of the customer base or consumer base in terms of the area that they provide services. Tariffs must be cost reflective and based on prudent budget processes. And then also the MFMA and Circular 23 governs the tariff consultation process, of which we will also give you more as we go along in the presentation. The value chain that we have here in terms of what it costs in terms of how tariffs are being set up. If you can note that in terms of water resource management charges, raw water charges from rivers, as well as the bulk treatment and bulk distribution, reticulation of consumers, and then it gets to the consumer part, and after the consumer has used the potable water, there is a wastewater collection charge, and then also the treatment at wastewater treatment. So the latter two is perhaps for another day in terms of presentation, in terms of how we are perhaps under-recovered in that part of the sector. For today's presentation will be on the first three elements of this, the first three elements of the cost, which is the water resource management, then also the raw water charges, as well as the bulk treatment as it goes along. In terms of the reflection on the legislative process governing the tariff process and approvals. We began with the process in October 21, and this was a preliminary consultation between the department and Waterboards itself, followed by the consumer consultation during the period of October to November. We received written comments from SALGA and National Treasury in December 2021, and now it also requires Waterboard to include its submission to the Executive Authority to explain how SALGA and National Treasury comments were taken into account, and then it had to also be tabled in March as far as the parliamentary process is concerned. Just to get to the point in terms of how the cost is basically determined, throughout the value chain, as it's been explained as well, there are raw water charges, electricity, labor, depreciation, chemicals, but some of the 5 major cost drivers in terms of Waterboards operation. In terms of the raw water purchase are driven from the natural resource that it has to be transformed as well. I just need to move this a little bit here, sorry. And then inaccurate demand forecasting will therefore have major implications in terms of the tariff, the formulation as well. Noting the fact that by nature water gravitates, but establishment and settlements is not adhering to that law. So you have to pump a lot as far as water is concerned, and that is energy, high energy driven, which because you use a lot of electricity, Eskom tariff increases a major impact as far as those water tariffs are concerned as well. Bloem Water, though, receives electricity from Sentlek, and Mslatuzi Water receives water from the city of Mslatuzi, and these are slightly higher tariffs than Eskom's. That needs also to be taken into consideration. Staff cost is determined in bargaining council through agreements between organized labor and the industry in terms of the employer representatives there, and this has a default implementation due to and it's also a high risk for the delivery of water if it's not being adhered to. Chemicals are mostly imported from international markets, and this is due to prone to fluctuations in exchange rates, and also impacting in terms of the tariffs eventually. Depreciation depends on the total value and volume of infrastructure that the Waterboard may own, and then also in terms of the condition of that infrastructure, it also depends then in terms of how the depreciation needs to be used to actually refurbish infrastructure to functional state. Over the past 3 years, the above cost factors increased by above inflation rates, and this also impacts in terms of why increase is required. Now, through the pricing might be aimed at cost recovery and cost, although the pricing might be aimed at cost recovery and cost tariffs are changing, that cost recovery charge tariffs are charged at all times without sufficient revenue collection, this objective is defeated. So that means, it's just in short, honorable members, that if a tariff is set for a Waterboard, but they can't collect that tariff in terms of revenue, then we're still not reaching the objective of making the Waterboard a viable institution. So individual Waterboards cost drivers and additional considerations that informs the potable bulk water tariff setting is discussed hereafter. So I'm going into the various Waterboards now. Firstly, it would be a Matola Waterboard. So practice in influencing the tariff increase is that the tariff does not recover all operational costs relating to the primary function, which means that even with the increase, that they still are not recovering all their costs, so to speak. So in terms of SALGA's points that they raised, is that they raised a concern about the projected revenue increase not consistent to the proposed tariff increase of 5.27%. They also raised the issue that Eskom's application for increase as far as electricity costs are concerned is much higher than what the Matola Waterboard's tariff increase component for electricity is holding. And then National Treasury just raised the issue of the failure to provide actual tariff information per scheme as they requested, and also the growing concern about the fact that there's an increase in debtors as far to the Waterboard is concerned. Our own internal economic and social regulation unit also did their own screening of the tariff, and they also concerned about the high debtors book. That means that the water board will struggle to reach break-even point, because the high operating costs and high debtors book is taking the two influencing factors away from one another and not reaching that break-even point that is required. So the proposed tariff does not recover all operating costs as mentioned, and in a financial distress would be the Amatola Water Board, but the minister has already taken action in that regard. And it has no borrowing limits to raise funds, which means that the water board is prone to be subjected to dependency on the fiscus to actually expand its own infrastructure requirements in terms of capital. So as far as the increase is concerned, it's a 5.71% increase for potable water and a 5.74% increase where they provide raw water to users, which would be 13 Rand 16 cents from 12.45 per cubic meter for potable and 2.99 for raw water per cubic meter raw water. As far as Bloem water is concerned, again, it can be seen that staff costs are quite high, and the increase in electricity cost goes also together with that. Another problem would be that there's an increase in the debtors book value, which means that those users or customers that they serve do not really pay as they're supposed to. Specific issues that was raised by SALGA would be that the budgeted volumes might not be realistic considering what was previously years sold, and then also a concern on the level of non-payment by customers, as has been raised before, and then National Treasury of the staff cost that is rising, and as well as the concerns about the maintenance budget that is quite low, lower than the national benchmark. Our own assessment was also focusing on the fact that there's also high levels of non-payment, which caused the water board to be in distress, the cost of labor, as well as the huge capex plan, but there's no real funding plan that is balanced with this capex plan. And noting the fact that the water board is not credit worthy at this point in time, it might not be able to generate this off-budget funding either. So outstanding debt is a major issue that need to be looked at as well. And the tariffs that has been recommended as proposed stands at 10 Rand 90 for potable water per cubic meter and 8 Rand 1 cent for raw water, which is a 9% increase. And this has been recommended as proposed. In terms of Lepelle Northern Water Board, is that there's erratic or no payment by water service authorities in this area, and this has a great impact on the capital projects that the water board wish to implement, especially in the Ebenezer area, as well as the Olifants connection from Olifantspoor to Polokwane. So specific issues raised by SALGA here would be that cash flow problem of the water board is due to non-payment of the municipalities, as well as specific issues raised by Treasury would be that there's insufficient information, as they have stated, as far as the tariff proposal is concerned. The higher double-digit increase in certain areas and liquidity is threatening the cash balance and is decreasing over years, as stated. The department has also focused on the fact that the financial distress and its required intervention, as well as the business model required to be reviewed to allow for cross-subsidy in terms of the poorer communities that the municipality is servicing. The highest rate of tariff increase for one scheme is at 15%, and capex not effectively funded at this point in time, and consider long-term contracts have been recommended to engage on the effectively managing chemical cost, which is also fluctuating. So the average increase would be 10% to taking it to 9 Rand 11 cents per cubic meter. As far as the Magales Water Board is concerned, the specific issues that has been raised by SALGA would be that the revenue projection is inconsistent with the tariff increase and sales volume increase as well. as well as the 15% projection used for electricity may be lower than what NERSA is actually approving Eskom to actually charge in the same space. So in terms of the specific issue raised by National Treasury, would be the labor cost as well being a little bit high, as well as the fact that significant increase in energy costs, which is over 20%. We have been also looking from a department's point of view that striving for a uniform tariff across all operating schemes, but little interest to fund for the convergence, and then also, if achieved, that it will allow for cross-subsidization amongst the schemes. And that is what the department is pushing for, to ensure that we at least cover those poorer schemes as well. So the tariff is going to increase from 9.43%, 9.43 Rand to 10 Rand, which is a 6.1% increase. Ms. Latusi Waterboard has seen a significant decrease in staff cost over the years, but SALGA has raised the issue in terms, still the issue in terms of the staff cost as well, because that is how they've perceived it to be. Then also the specific issues raised by National Treasury was that full cost recovery tariff, however, concerns also of the high labor cost comparatively, I guess, in terms of other areas in value, not in percentage. Then in terms of the department's point have been that there's been a good financial health that has been recording in this waterboard for now over the period of review. Operating margins is above 20%, and a huge capex plan, but mainly directed towards capacity of the infrastructure as it's for overheads. And also the bigger challenge is the inability to spend the full capex budget over the past financial years. There is a little bit of controversial costing model for the waterboards, and debtors are collected within the planned 45 debtor days, which is actually quite good in comparison with the remainder of the waterboards. The potable water is then increasing from 5.85 to 6 Rand 2 cents, which is a 9.94% increase. And the raw water is increasing from 2.35 Rand per cubic meter to 2.45, which is an 8.1% increase. Coming to Overberg, which is a smaller waterboard in the Western Cape, is that at this point in time, similar to Amatola water, this tariff does not recover all the operational costs, as well as the high staffing cost and energy cost is the major drivers. The SALGA has raised no capital investments to increase water sales and catering for rehabilitation and upgrades to improve services only. There's little space for the waterboard at this point in time to expand, noting the nature of the bulk schemes in the Western Cape. However, it also can be noted that our own Economic and Social Regulation Unit have actually raised the issue of future water sales projections are declining, despite the waterboard indicating the approval for water use licenses from Three Waters Kloof and Davenox Dam. So there's also the waterboard charges under recovery tariff, and the waterboard tariff then increases from 10 Rand 39 to 11 Rand 22, which is an 8% increase. Rand water, the raw water cost for Rand water is a little bit higher than in comparison with the remaining of the waterboards in the country because of using water from the IVRS, which is the Integrated Vaal River System, getting water also from the Lesotho Highlands scheme, which is we also mean that we're still paying back capex there as well in terms of the CUC, which is the unit charges that we have to pay in terms of capex. So the primary revenue is recovering all the operational costs, capex, and generating sufficient surplus for future projects and contingency. So SALGA has raised the issue of Rand water's need for large capex spend and augmentation when the demand is flat. And then also raised by Treasury is that the revenue increases as a result of tariff increase and not increasing demand. So what Rand water has to do is that they're generating surpluses to the order of 20%. And this is also to ensure that they can invest in expanding and have a capex budget for the large infrastructure assets that they're actually owning and ensuring some water security in the area of Gauteng and beyond where they are supplying water. So planned operational costs are consistently below budget over the past 4 years. And then one of the challenges would be the inability to spend the full capex budget has also been observed. This tariff then for the area of Rand Water will increase from 10 Rand 67 cents to 11 Rand 62 cents, which is an 8.8% increase. Sedibeng Water also experienced the same in terms of the high raw water cost because using the same source, which is the Vaal River. And also then the tariff proposal caters only for a 6.9 increase in energy cost forecast. So SALGA has raised that there requires alignment between tariff application and the corporate plan, and also the correct level of capital expenditure must be adhered to. Treasury noted the fact that implement measures to curtail its rapidly rising staff cost, as noted in the also in the graph, and make provision for Falcamagara project, which is also then the capital that is required there. But as far as the department is concerned, we are at this point in time entering alternative means of generating that capital. In terms of the economics and social regulation unit, they note the large nature of this water board, which is also now catering for previously previous water boards that have been disestablished in terms of Botshabelo, Drift, and the Makwa water boards. There's a significant capex requirement, but due to the financial state of the water board, they're able to secure funding for such. And then most of the water boards, this water board is the one that's most being owed. It's being owed 4 billion in total, mostly because of the fact that municipalities not paying, and there's hence a substantial amount of impairments. This increase is now amounting from 10.4 Rand per cubic meter to 11 Rand.1, which is a 6.65% increase. In terms of Umgeni Water Board, Umgeni Water Board has kept within acceptable levels in terms of the new tariff, but energy costs by far the highest cost driver in this regard. SALGA has raised this discrepancy between the board's expansion and the low water sales volumes, and then also that staff cost needs to be clarified and the level of capital expenditure needs to be corrected. Treasury raised the fact that there's cost curtailment measures required as far as the high staff cost is concerned, and then also the department has raised the issue in terms of the that they are impressed with the high quality of reporting in terms of all its documents, and that a strong balance sheet with a strategy to build on lower debt funding and better equity. The labor cost increase of 19% is well above the average, and this is something that was raised. Capex worth of 15.2 billion over the next 6 years has also been catered for. The budgeting and forecasting is excessive for administrative expenses perhaps, and then also this now brings us to a tariff increase though of 3.6%, which is percentage-wise perhaps lower, which is 8 Rand 96 to increasing to 9 Rand 30 per cubic meter. So in conclusion, the executive authority to water boards as per section 28 of the Water Services Act made this determination, Honorable Chair, and has tabled this in Parliament. Also keeping in mind also the fact that there is that all of these water board tariffs have then been accepted and has been recommended then for your noting. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm saying thank you very much under duress, Lena, because this report to me is very confusing. Everybody disagrees with one another, but we have presented a consolidated report to Parliament. I don't know how do you come to a consolidated report that you presented to Parliament when all of you does not agree on any of the things you are proposing. But let us hear what SALGA is saying before we talk. Because I'm a little bit confused, Leonardo. Which one have you presented to Parliament when all of you don't agree on any?
Chairperson, if I may just come into that point quickly, just keep in mind that that was the one presentation as far as the bulk the tariffs are concerned for water boards. There is another presentation on the raw, but just to on the raw water tariff as well. But to answer your question in that regard, Chairperson, yes, there's certain elements that have been raised as far in the presentation. As you can see that there's points that has been raised to say that we need what we need to look at. The element that is biggest, that is the elephant in the room, is that there is a court case that we have basically lost in terms of the fact that it states clearly that the minister has no right to reduce the tariffs basically approved by or set forward by the boards of the water boards, and that's the reason why the department is at this point in time reviewing legislation to allow that element of the business to be relooked at, because there are elements that we do believe that could be differently approached as far as the water board tariffs are concerned. The ones that has been raised, obviously the concerns in the presentations itself, but also that we do believe that having those tariffs in place as it's being forwarded, noting that previously there were zero-rated tariffs that were also having a major impact on the financial sustainability of the water boards. And that is the reason why the department moved forward to actually then, under those circumstances, to say that the recommended tariffs had to be approved. So I'm taking guidance from...
That's fine. Let us hear what SALGA is saying. I don't understand. How does the board that you have appointed take you to court? So dismiss them. Dismiss those water boards. You have appointed them. The minister appointed them. If they are not listening, dismiss them and you implement your way of doing things. SALGA.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me switch on my camera for purposes of the committee seeing the new chairperson of the portfolio in SALGA following the appointment of new councillors into office. I sincerely wish Honorable Chairperson to welcome this brief, but also say my greetings to the Deputy Ministers, the members of Parliament, the members of the Portfolio Committee, all of the members that are in attendance today. Just to give a quick input before I hand over to our manager to lead the presentation on our side, and I think the chairperson's areas of concern are noted. Following the proposed tariffs, SALGA through its committee has undertaken a review analysis of all documents that were submitted by the water boards and have carefully scrutinized each of them, including the cost drivers impacting on the water boards' costs, including the increased ESCOM electricity tariffs. We began the process, Honorable Chairperson, through consultation with all of the municipalities involved, through a virtual engagement with water boards in October and November 2021. We then embarked on thorough assessment of tariff files and received by the water boards in December to mid-January. We submitted on comments, as it is alluded to by the department, to the Minister's office at the end of January 2022. Additional sessions were held with the Department of Water and National Treasury to discuss the rationale of each institution's position on the water board proposed tariffs, to determine whether the tariffs proposed by each of the board for the 22-23 year are justified. SALGA has takes into consideration that bulk water tariff increases are required in order to ensure that water boards remain financially sustainable. But this must be balanced with the need for affordability to municipalities and in particular the end users. We welcome the invitation to the Portfolio Committee that we present the context from the SALGA's point of view of the bulk water tariffs applications by the water boards. We remain committed, Honorable Chairperson, to the promotion of affordability and sustainability of all tariffs levied for provision of water throughout the country. In conclusion, we hope to continue with the collaborative work undertaken with all stakeholders involved. And I must indicate, Honorable Chair, there is absolute cooperation between the water boards, the Ministry of Water and Sanitation in particular, and all of the members involved. Having said that, I would now wish to invite one of our managers to be able to lead the presentation on our side if the chairperson allows it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Comrade Nikhil.
Yes, sir.
Uthi ukudla kuyababa kodwa sekugunya kuhaha ngoba wena uzukumnandi.
It provides, Chairperson, at least a platform for the portfolio committee to really guide on how we're going to be proceeding forward. The areas, the gray areas, we've both noted that the ministry has noted them. We've also noted them. We know that there are achievables in the short term, but a lot of work needs to be done moving forward so that this time next year, we are all moving from the same hymn book, and we understand, and we probably would have covered a lot of ground, both in terms of policy review or enhancement of policy, both in terms of engagements, and both in terms of other areas that would enhance what do we do moving forward. Okwamanje, Chairperson, asibona ukuthi how are we going to arrive at an amicable solution collectively for the purpose of ensuring that the boards function, the communities are not found wanting, and they are able to afford the provision of that water, and that the cost drives in the institutions of water boards are really put into checks and balances, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Asimuze lo mfo umshoyo nalabo abalasiye basho.
Babu James will come in. Thank you, Chairperson.
James Mathieu is ababa. Kodwa lento ishilo wayisho no lo comrade wase Natal last year said the same thing. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, colleagues. I will just quickly take you through our presentation. First and foremost, honorable members, in terms of the purpose of the presentation, it is indeed to provide a context of SALGA's position on the bulk water tariffs as proposed by the water boards for the financial year 2022-23. The objective of the analysis conducted by SALGA is to ensure that tariffs are proposed by each water board that is reasonably justified and based on available information. And the analysis is undertaken according to SALGA, taking into consideration that the bulk water tariffs increases are required to ensure that water boards remain financially sustainable. However, we are also cognizant of the need of balance of these increases to ensure that the bulk water remains affordable to municipalities and ultimately the end users and communities. And finally, SALGA continues consider submissions made by water boards in line with comments from municipalities served by water boards. We thought we would first start, Chair, with some of the previous strategic proposals that were made at the joint portfolio committee of water and COGTA, and which were endorsed by this committee. The first one there is the multi-year tariff determination, and its outcome would be providing more certainty around tariffs, and it would also reduce yearly consultation processes as well. And then the second one is the development of guidelines for drought tariffs for the sector. And these policy guidelines would be able to help with the implementation of drought tariffs. And then the final one, which you also think is the most important one, is the establishment of a sectoral economic regulator. And of course, this would provide an independent approval of bulk water tariffs based on what is proposed by the water boards. So first and foremost, in terms of the summary of the recommendations from SALGA, from the tariffs that we received from the water boards, we have indeed only supported two, which is of Amatole and Sidibeng, but we also have provided alternative tariff increases for the other seven. I will have a slide towards the end of the presentation, which provides some of our reasons why we supported certain proposals and we did not support other proposals. And then in terms of the comparative input cost increases, I think some of these slides would be closely aligned to the presentation that was made by the DDG. We take acknowledgement that when it comes to raw water costs, this cost is something that water boards don't really have any control over. But we did note that in terms of staff costs, though there should be an average that is based on the bargaining council agreements with water boards, there are some water boards whose increases are way above that average. And we noted that some of these increases are inclusive of Lepelle North, Bloem Water, and Magalies as well. And then in terms of energy costs, and I think we are at a point now where we should correlate this information against what was approved by NERSA, and what NERSA approved, Chair, was 9.5%. But then when we were doing the consultations, I think ESCOM was asking for 20%. So ultimately our position around this energy cost was that some might be quite below what might be approved by NERSA, while others would be more or less in line with what NERSA was proposing. And then in terms of chemical costs, we also indicated there that this should not vary that much, and we still remain quite concerned with certain instances where the chemical costs become too high. And then in terms of the projected repairs and maintenance, we noted that the average across the water boards is 3.35%, and that there are some water boards that have projected negative expenses in terms of their own repairs and maintenance. And then in terms of this slide, Chair, in the comparative input analysis, what we did is we looked at the comparative expenditure and we divided the expenditure by the projected sales volumes in order to get a picture of what was the actual cost of providing the service across the water boards. And we observed that the total cost per kiloliter of water sold varies from 4.47 kiloliters for Nkatuze to 22.21 kiloliters per kiloliter for Overberg water. And that ultimately, when we look at what some of the reasons why some costs are higher, it's due to difficulties with economies of scale. And then with this slide, what we basically did is we looked at what is the actual cost comparison within the water boards based on the projected information. And there are some notable variances of the direct operational costs among water boards. However, we also saw some commonalities as well. For example, Amatola Water, Bloem Water, and the Lepelle North Water have relatively high staff costs, and Magalies Water, Umgeni Water, and Overberg Water have the highest percentage of other costs. And then we also observed that there are some high costs of raw water by rainwater. We did get some clarity from Magalies Water in terms of why their other costs are so high. And their explanation was that it's due to the fact that some of their staff costs are recognized as other costs. We proposed a further breakdown of this cost, but we did not get it from the water board. And then in terms of the capital financing costs, I think also based on the other presentation, we all acknowledge that water boards finance their capital programs through either debt, whether it be loans or bonds, or equity, users of its own cash reserves and own revenue. And we observe that generally equity remains favored over debt by the water boards. For example, when you look at rainwater, they continue to budget for 20% of their operating surpluses to be able to fund its capital program through own sources, and that only 3.6% of its 22 billion capital program is debt funded. Umgeni Water profit margin is projected to increase by 38% by the year 2026-27. But of course, there are some water boards that have demonstrated some balance in terms of using debt and equity, like Nkatuze and Lepelle North. And then there are some water boards, unfortunately, due to severe revenue limits that cannot finance their capital programs sustainably. And this would be like your Amatola and also the Overberg Water as well. And then in terms of this clause of the MFMA, where water boards must show how they have taken into consideration some comments, we did have further engagements with the following water boards. We did have engaged with Magalies Water, Nkatuze Water, we did write to us, Bloem Water did write to us, Overberg Water did write to us, Rainwater, they also did engage with us. And historically, water boards whose tariffs we support do not write to us. So we'd say that out of the 7 water boards, these 5 have responded to SALGA directly before they were able to table the tariffs. And then just on this slide, really, and which correlates quite well with the presentation that was made by the department in terms of comparing the cost required to provide the service, the tariffs that are charged, and also the increases for tariffs as well. And on this slide, there's a direct correlation as well with the challenges of municipalities of water boards to be sustainable. When you look at Amatwala Water, for example, on your left, you'll see that when you look at their cost per kiloliter, it's almost above the tariffs that they charge. And then when you look at Overberg as well, when you look at the cost per kiloliter, it's definitely higher than the tariffs that they've charged. But yet when you look at other water boards like Umgeni, when you look at their cost per kiloliter, they are able to generate a markup way above the costs that they charge, that way above the cost that they need to incur in order to generate that business. And then according to Section 74, and we are really touching on the municipal affordability now, of the Systems Act, municipalities must consider affordability when setting tariffs. And SALGA is of the strong opinion that the same principle must apply to water boards. eThekwini municipality did provide a comprehensive assessment of the impact of Umgeni tariffs and deemed it unaffordable due to the current negative financial position that customers and municipalities have due to the impact of COVID-19. Further to that, on the basis of a current economic data, municipal customers' income, and they indicated that this has significantly declined year on year, and that municipal customers should not pay more than 20% of their household income towards municipal services. And their projection is that, looking at the increases that the water board is proposing, they estimate that soon their customers will be paying more than 20% of their household income towards municipal services, and that ultimately they also had at that time challenges around non-revenue water, and they had infrastructure plans and programs to reduce this non-revenue water. And one of their proposals to the water board was that by not increasing tariffs that drastically, it would help them to have enough funds to direct some investments towards the refurbishment of their own infrastructure. But of course, after the incidents of last week, most of this information definitely will have changed. And then in terms of some of the key concerns that we continue to observe at SALGA, is that some water boards continue to motivate above inflationary tariff increases based on unrealistic and inflated expenditure forecasts, and that there remains inconsistencies between tariff files and business plans, and that the application of drought tariffs by water boards is still inconsistent, and that ultimately energy input costs are not in line with the approved NERSA increases. And of course, this would be by design because these were approved way after the process was undertaken. Water boards still favor the use of equity for capital financing. Most water boards still have low debt equity ratios. SALGA is concerned about the unsustainability of a constant above inflation salary increases as well. And then just in terms of the heading towards conclusion, we also wanted to raise some of the strategic interventions that we had mentioned in the past to the portfolio committee, which we deem to be quite sufficient to be able to respond to some of the challenges that we see across the whole value chain. The first one is around the effective and efficient medium-term and long-term capital investment programs, an effective, efficient, and proactive management of expenses within the parameters, tariff policies that guides water board funding and tariff approaches, a rational and effective treasury management process to optimize funding of water boards, and enhance control over tariff determination processes, and manage progression towards this implementation of these proposals as well. And then just on the second last slide, Chair, just to take you through some of the reasons why we did not support some of the proposals by the water boards and the alternatives that we proposed as well. Of course, we supported Amatwala Water. Bloom Water, we did not support it. They had asked for 9%, we proposed 8%. We raised the issue of excessive staff and other cost increases. And then in terms of Lepelle, we did not support it. We recommended 5% due to inefficient evidence for input cost increases. Magali's Water, we did not support it. We we propose 5%, again, due to historical issues around a uniform tariff that they've been trying to implement. And then in terms of from try to the water, we do not support it as well. And we argued the excessive staff and chemical cost increases as well. And then over back, we did not support it as well. And we raised the issue of an inefficient cost structure and excessive increases in other costs. Rainwater, we made a recommendation there that if they look at reducing their finances, reduce surpluses and adjust financing strategies, they can be able to reduce the increase required. And then CDB was supported. And then finally, Umgeni's submission, which was closely linked to our with the submission that was made by eThekwini municipality and all the other municipalities in that region, was to say that they have a strong financial position. We did not really agree with some of their capital programs in terms of the assumptions to be able to spend within a financial year some of those projected expenditures, and ultimately we also proposed a 0% increase there for them as well. And in closing, Chair, it is recommended that the PC, the Portfolio Committee, notes SALGA's position on the proposed bulk water tariffs. It notes concerns raised by SALGA on the tariff assumptions, and then it also notes the 6 strategic points that we are proposing, or rather re-proposing, to improve the water pricing life cycle as well. And that's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Mama Gats.
Yes, sir.
What are you telling us? Which one must we prioritize as recommendations? Because remember, the tariff increases hit hard on the pocket of the municipalities, because we only pay rates and taxes in the municipality. We do not pay rates in the water board. We don't pay rates. We, as the end user, we pay municipalities, not water boards, not the Department of Water and Sanitation. And SALGA is the mouthpiece of the municipalities that is actually taking the brunt from the end user. Now, and this is what I was saying earlier on to Linus. The 2 recommendations that you're putting before us does not talk in sync with one another. And the unfortunate part is that this report by the Department of Water and Sanitation is now a parliament decision. You have taken the matter to parliament already, and the parliament might have given you a go-ahead. And SALGA is saying something different. We might say something different as a department. Where will we go? In the whilst the reason I was speaking to member Nikki of SALGA, because I know I was once a National Executive Committee member of SALGA. I know that we have been complaining about this thing, that we think that we want to be playing ball. Some of the municipalities will apply for exemptions, but the fact of the matter, when you apply for exemptions, you're growing the debt. The debt continues on the other side. Last year, we met the Department of Water and Sanitation, because that time was still Water and Human Settlement. We met Coxstar, we met SALGA. We drew a plan of how do we synchronize our working last year. Even in 2020, we did the same. And Honorable Nikiwe is still proposing that let us move with the whole.
Chairperson, you have disappeared.
Sync with one another. What do you want us?
Chairperson, you are disappearing. We don't hear what you're saying.
Okay, let me hear other members first, then maybe I will come back to you. Member, okay, the hand of Mahlobo, your hand must come last. Let us hear members first. Mama, Mashala, Seki, Yeah, let's follow that for now.
Thanks so much, Chairperson. Thanks for the presentation from the department, SALGA, and yes. So my questions are as follows, Chairperson. According to the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, fundings, there appear to be inconsistencies in the approach to separate the costing of schemes and associated cross-subsidy. Could the department explain its position on this? Secondly, Chairperson, has the department, together with the relevant stakeholders, worked on or undertaken any studies towards approving multi-year tariffs as proposed by the portfolio committee previously? Firstly, Chair, the primary aim of revising the raw water pricing strategy and norms and standards for tariffs is to provide an enabling framework for providing financial assistance and water pricing to ensure and foster predictability and stability within the water and sanitation sector. Has the department, as previously requested, made explicit the need to balance debt and equity finance for investment? Given more clarity on the diversion of cash into short-term investments as applied by water boards, has the department considered a line item that incorporates cash equivalent, and short-term investments? Could the department provide more clarity on the policy for including impairments as an operating expenditure? Fourthly, Chairperson, both National Treasury and SALGA are concerned about water boards obtaining economies of scales in their operations, specifically in constant inflation salary increases, as seen in Mhlatuze and the Lepelle Northern Water Board. Does the department assess the external and internal economies of scale in analyzing the financial statements as reflected in the 2020-2021, the 12 months period from the 1st July 2020 to the 30th June 2021? Annual reports of water boards tabled to Parliament as required by the Public Finance Management Act and Water Service Act of 1997 on the 30th March 2022. Can the official elaborate on how each of the water boards fared in the 2020-21 financial year and whether the proposed water board tariffs are concomitant with respective performance for the financial year mentioned? This is important for members to understand, as financial performance, specifically an assessment of economic classification for a particular year, is a critical factor to gauge the financial and non-financial performance of water boards and whether the proposed tariffs are justified given a full spectrum of information. Chairperson, lastly, on this question, I would like a response from the Department of Water and Sanitation as an oversight body of the water board's performance and respective water boards to comment on the following. The tariff submission incorporate information on the proposed annual increase in input costs, raw water cost, electricity, staff, chemicals, tariffs, repairs and maintenance and other expenses. I would give a breakdown of the percentage of each water board in tabulating its cost to submit in tariff determination for 2022-23 financial year, Instead, I want to highlight some challenges within each water board that may not fully justify the increased water tariff if not addressed. Like, for example, Amatola Water Board, the department approved tariff determination of 5.7% on potable and 5.774 on raw water by the Lebelle Water Board. Although Amadola presented its annual increases in operating expenditure, the liquidity and cash flow posed a significant challenge. Amadola has projected a negative net profit of minus 9.4% in 2020-21 to a negative net profit of 19.7% in 2021-22. Amadola Water's liquidity risk threatens its status as a going concern. Debt impairment is forecast to increase without increasing operating surplus or a serious intervention to address poor payment level. Debt management to recover outstanding debts is a problem that negatively impacts cash flow and financial liability. Amadola debtors days are very high at 187 days for the 2022-23 period. Please comment on that. How will Amadola fund its proposed capital program, as the current cash flow statement without the capital programs indicates a declining cash position? In Bloom Water, the department has approved Bloom Water's proposal of 9% tariff increase for raw and potable water. However, the significant total staff operating expenditure cost at 42% are far too high. Questions should be raised on whether the sustainability of a 9% tariff increase is feasible and viable, or should the board not consider downward adjustment to the cost projections for staff costs and other expenditure? At Lebelle Northern Water, the department has approved the Lebelle Northern Water Board proposal of 10% of potable water. However, Lebelle Northern Water raised a critical challenge on non-payment from Water Services Authority in the tariff application. Although no data days were indicated in the financial ratios for 2022-23, it was calculated at 342 for 2022-23, which is very high. SALGA's assessment of Lebelle board application of average tariff increases maintains that it was a poor submission in that the stated cost increases did not correspond to the projections for expenditure and water sales. Tariff increase is motivated by the need to cover the anticipated cost increases, as well as finance the capital program while maintaining sufficient cash for Lebelle Northern Water to sustain itself as a going concern. Should tariff increases include financial capital program without any increase in sales volumes? Did the department only approve the 10% increase to ensure the financial viability of the water board, or has the department engaged the water board seriously on strengthening its capital program, water sales projections, financial strategy, and revenue enhancement strategy to improve their cash positions? Lastly, Chairperson, on Mahali's Water Board, the department approved a 6.10% proposed tariff increase by Mahali's Water Board. Why is the department allowing Mahali's Water Board to calculate its tariff using the average arithmetic mean tariff instead of the weighted average proposed by SALGA? As this formula masks the true impact of tariff increases on revenue and water board viability. So as this formula masks the true impact of tariff increases on revenue and water board viability, could Lebelle Northern Water explain the tariff methodology towards achieving a uniform tariff it uses? As with this method, municipalities will be penalized with excessive bulk water tariffs. Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks so much.
Honorable Zeki.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. No, I won't, Chair. Chairperson, just to a few things. The issue here at the 15, what does it mean? The 15th of March every year, we should have concluded the negotiations or the tariffs, but we are a month late. What does that mean? Implications of that tariff being lawful and unlawful. The other thing, Chair, to be honest, me as a member, I'm not capacitated to deal with issues of tariffs that are coming with contending views. SALGA will say this, the department will say this, maybe Treasury will say something else. My proposal would be, why can't we have Treasury, department, and municipality discuss and agree before they brought this matter to the committee? It's a view. Because I'm tending to side with SALGA. Maybe it's because of my background, to side with SALGA more than the department. And I could be missing something. And if you look at these boards with their different percentage increase, there are so many things involved, Chair. It starts with the management style, on how do they deal with consequence management, on how do they save the board's finances, and all those things. And it will be difficult to make them to be one size fits all. But the department, SALGA, and the Treasury could make a way of making one size to fit all. The other simple approach, based on what I normally know as an annual increase on any matter, is to look at inflation. To say a base of an increase must look at the inflation first, not to look at any or many other things. Then inflation plus a percentage could be for a particular reason why they raise such matters. The other issue, Chair, it's about when you look at the presentation, when you look at the presentation on the both tariffs, there's an issue of inputs, which I think Member Mashala put it very well. What are the percentage of the inputs in the water delivery? In other words, I made an example here of maybe a water research commission must assist us on the issue of chemicals. We are told in history that these chemicals were manufactured in South Africa. For whatever reason, they are no more manufactured here. What is the Water Research Commission doing to can see that manufacturing comes back into the country? And I think the department is empowered to give us that feedback. So, Chair, those are my few points, and it's very difficult for me to cite on either of, except to say my increase could be an inflation on the 15th of March. That could be my increase for the tariffs. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Teki. And I think the question asking about the 15th, it falls into that issue that I said that, remember, the department is trying to want to meet their target at 15th of March by taking the board proposals to Parliament and then coming back to us. Because I was asking a question to DM Magads. The purpose of this presentation is for her to inform us of the decision of Parliament, or does he want us to make any recommendation? Because our recommendations might differ. Might be that, for instance, you have already made a view about what SALGA appeal to you, and I think some of us does. But that appeal, where does it go? Because there is already a decision by Parliament in the eyes of the department that that which they are bringing shall be implemented willy-nilly. Whether you say something different or not, it matters not. Now, it is a system that we need to look into rather than the process, because I mean, I don't know why is SALGA consistently coming back and say, even if we does not agree, let's implement, we'll see you next year. To me, it is a misrepresentation of of voters' interests, because voters' interests cannot afford this particular rise up until we say something different. But the fact is that Parliament has already agreed, according to my understanding. Mama Gazi and Mahlobo will answer us if I'm wrong. And I've seen his hand, Mahlobo was up earlier. Let's start with him. Because honestly speaking, I don't understand the importance of us wasting time talking to tariffs that shall not change, that our input means nothing. Why are we having this meeting rather than us being sent a report of things that have been decided upon already? I don't understand why. But Mahlobo, your hands was up earlier on.
Nancy Sishwai, Chair, his hands is up.
No, somebody's hand comes up on the portal. You don't come later. No, no. Kulum, got all wrong. Asizameni kuba simise ngesikhathi sekumele simise ngaso. Is that his name?
Chair,
Yeah.
can I speak before the DM?
Yes, do. Because when he speaks, he will be responding. He must also respond to you.
Thank you, Chair. You look handsome today. From an Easter. Perhaps you prayed a lot. And you prayed for all of us. Thank you for that, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson, for the presentation from both the department and SALGA. I want to move from the premise that says, yes, last year tariffs have not been increased. That's what I'm getting. Which I think is a progress towards comparative views and comparative analysis on this issue of tariffs. Because when we speak SALGA, we speak communities. And I think I appreciate the presentation by the boards. One would like to hear about the implications of a non-increase last year and lessons learned. What are the lessons that we have learned from that non-increase of tariffs? So that we learn and be able to progressively address this challenge. This is a huge challenge for all of us. I think that's why Honorable Tseke, the man, is saying is a little bit confused.
The man is Tseke.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That's why I was emphasizing the man. The man, Tseke. So I'm saying it's proper for us to learn on this process. Why I'm saying we should learn is that our history speaks volumes to us about our communities. So all this presentation, we should focus them on who we are in terms of coming to a decision about the tariff increase. I hear that there are costs that are high due to the economy of scale. Speak a big English, a strong English for those that needs to pay. I just want to get clarity. What does this mean? I lack the understanding. I thought I know the definition, but I lack the understanding on the basis of the context of the presentation. Mhlatuzi would like to increase the tariffs so that they're able to pay the capital infrastructure. Is Mhlatuzi using the MIG budget, the MIG fund, which is a fund for infrastructure from national government? Because now to speak about using the tariffs for capital infrastructure, when we have an experience of MIG fund, which is for infrastructure that pays salaries, that pay many other things outside the infrastructure programs in municipalities. One of the issues that I'm not getting from SALGA, which we raised sharply last year, SALGA, are you having a program of addressing the issue of the culture of non-payment from our people? Do you have that program with your municipalities? Because this issue speaks a lot of the non-payment of our people because of huge hardships that they have. Have we managed to transform the minds of our people in terms of addressing the issue? Because it's not going to help us to discuss what a board is saying and what Treasury is saying, what SALGA is saying, when we don't get to the fundamentals to assist government. Business people are not paying services to government. Government departments are not paying services of government. Now, has there been such a process which one would say it's a way forward to addressing the challenge that we've raised? Chair, I think those were the few issues that I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Okay. Responses?
Chairperson, I can start. Mama Katu will also come in and the DG. Well, Chairperson, let me indicate the following. Just probably to reaffirm or reiterate some of the things we've raised. The matter of consideration of tariffs by yourselves as the portfolio committee. That matter, as discussed in previous years since you came in, it has not been resolved, Chairperson. It has not been resolved because we are coming at the tail end, not even at the tail end. Comrade Mashiho, we are coming when the train has passed. What Honorable Tseki is talking about is correct. The tariffs that we are discussing now, that Minister of Water and Sanitation has submitted to both the leaders of the two houses. Those submissions in terms of law, they've met the deadlines, they've been concluded. And the status, Chairperson, of that document that you have referred to yourself, by law, the minister has already approved them because they have to be approved at a particular point. That's the status. once again, the opportunity that we thought would work much better and differently, that you come in before these gazetted deadlines to have a bite so that you can influence these particular issues. It has not happened. Number two, Chairperson, and also thanks to Comrade Councillor Nikiwe and Comrade Noom. She's correct. We will have to start to actually follow through the decisions we've made and do things differently. One of the things that is happening here is that consultation has happened. One of the most important aspects about tariff setting is that consultation must happen. And the consultation has happened at these levels where Treasury was consulted, various municipalities, including SALGA, I must use that word, various municipalities were consulted, and all of them by the Waterboards, with no exception. And the views were raised, and some of the views, Chair, have been taken into account, and other views have been rejected, they have not been taken into account. Hence the approval that has been made. One of the things that we must note is that there are certain issues that we agreed, we said we would do. One of the things we have said is that public representatives like yourselves must find an opportunity before these major decisions are being made that we are involved. When we tick the box, that box is not done. It must be corrected. Number two, we discuss the institutional mechanism of the regulation of these water tariffs. And a decision was made that we will form a quasi-regulator. A quasi-regulator, that's why Mrs. Zane and the others, they've been working with SALGA Treasury, putting that particular mechanism. But the policy position we have is that it will firstly be incubated in the department, and the DG and his team, they are looking at a mechanism to insulate it so that there is an independent voice on how water tariffs should be made. But we must also be very careful, Chair, how we do things. This thing must not only look at the water tariff, the raw water tariff. Municipalities, they continue to make tariffs, which is called the retail part. And it's also not being regulated, Chair. It's not being regulated. And it's probably that discussion at a higher level that we need to look at the entire value chain. But the issues of regulating has been agreed. The work is ongoing, it's not complete. There are certain things that also must be dealt broadly beyond the tariffs. One of the issues that is being raised, and by all of you, there are different views about how is our understanding about the adequacy or the lack of the tariff formula. There is a formula. And there is a criticism of this formula, but the tenets or the pillars of this formula, no one has disputed them. One of the issues that the formula raises, Chair, is input cost. One of the input cost is that there is issues around input on the basis of electricity. And electricity has always been actually determined by NERSA. And over years, you will appreciate that NERSA, ESCOM has been actually asking more than inflation. Sometimes they ask for double digit. As you know, in this year, ESCOM has been actually given not 9.5, it has been given 9.6. And all these water boards are asking less than that. It's the biggest input. There are 2 or 3 water boards that are not receiving electricity straight from ESCOM. And Manas has mentioned, even municipalities themselves, they still put a cap on the price of ESCOM. We know, those of us who have worked with local government, that normally municipalities are normally operating at a loss because that input is a serious matter. The other input here is a question of the staffing. Well, it's easy for SALGA to say people are having excessive staff, but it's an unfortunate language, Chair. We have always tried to be polite and be diplomatic as government. We don't want to point fingers on municipalities, Chair, around the same issue themselves. That's why the discussion between us and the other sectors is going to be important. But to use a word in an analysis that the staff is excessive, when it's generally the problem about staffing across all levels of government, including municipalities. And it's a matter that if it is dealt with, it can't be dealt with in isolation, let alone whether staffing is in the right areas or not in the capacity. But remember, in our own case, the ministry in the past, we've issued a statement that no water boards must increase staff salaries. And you know, as members of our committee, that because of that decision we've made, how many communities had disruption where water boards, they just wake up in the morning because we're refusing on our side to increase salaries. They've stopped water. The communities of Eastern Cape have been subjected to that by Amatola. Sedibeng, we even had to go to an extent of dissolving it. It's not an easy matter. The issue of chemicals is one of the input costs and is in the formula. And chemicals in the main are not made in South Africa. And in the main, they are also coming, they are dollar denominated, not rand denominated. But then there's a new phenomenon that the cost of treating of water has increased substantially, even if the volume have not increased, Chair. The levels of pollution in this country requires that the treatment methodologies and treatment input must come to a different level. You will always look at a poor municipality like Matibeng. Their water is highly contaminated and polluted by the effluent that is coming in Gauteng. And they must treat that particular water to acceptable standard in terms of sands. I'm saying that the question, Chair, of the formula, let's discuss it. And we're open that it must be discussed, but it must be discussed on objective facts, not on how we feel and how we wish. And it is the minister's wish and the DMs and all of us that the cost of water, the cost of electricity, all these input services must come down because of the economic conditions. But in the very same vein, don't kill the water boards. One of the things that we did, which I never wanted to go back, but I could see the officials, when they make a presentation, sometimes they are not conscious of the agreements that are being made. You know, Chairperson, after we spoke, you intervened. We reversed the decision where already water boards were granted an approval to increase. After we reversed it, guess what? The other parties, they went ahead and actually implemented increases on the retail. And they come again and say, no, 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 don't do it, don't do it. The user pay principle must be addressed. The issues around capital investment, which is CAPEX, including OPEX, is an important matter that we must discuss as a sector holistically. You know, I can see someone is trying to use inputs of a Tegwin. The input of Tegwin, a chairperson, is not rational. I can tell you now. Let me tell you, I was on the ground, and you yourselves and some of you as members of parliament, we have been asking us difficult questions. You know, at Tegwin, in certain areas, they are losing more than 40% of water. And do you know the 40% of water that is being lost is a revenue that they must still pay, is money that must still pay for that water. But equally, it's the money that they are not going to reclaim from these users. Therefore, the question around CAPEX, OPEX, and so forth, let's talk about it. But for the record, no water board is receiving any grant funding. The only time we came in under your guidance was to say to you, let's intervene. These institutions, they are so important as institutions for delivery that they can't fail. Even where we come from, which is the Water Summit, we have agreed that these water boards, they must not fail, they must work. We are putting them at the disposal of municipalities. Therefore, then those particular issues I thought we should be able to clarify. And it can't be correct to actually have a recommendation where you say one entity, while all these other things have happened, you are recommending a 0% increase. I like the attitude that is demonstrated by Councillor Comrade Nikiwe Num, that we must go back, and yourselves, you must insist, we must go back, we must be able to implement all the decisions that we have made, including the decisions where Treasury, COGTA, and ourselves were involved. But this matter of tariff, it must never be treated in isolation, Chair, other than the issue around infrastructure rollout, infrastructure management, including the issues of the user pay principle and the question of the management of debt. And if we look at those matters in totality, Chairperson, we should be able to contain the issues of escalating tariffs, whether for water, whether for electricity, including actually bringing down some of the solution we said. We'll want chemicals to be manufactured in South Africa if they're increasing the input cost. We'll want to do industrialization, but at the very same time, every drop of water municipality that they lose, we must know that it comes at a cost. Therefore, the issues around the economics and the politics of water and tariffs must be engaged. It was very difficult. Minister called the meeting. He was very reluctant, Chairperson, to approve these tariffs, but with a heavy heart, he had to approve them because we need to keep the services going, while at the very same time, we are so uncomfortable that citizens are actually, those that are poor, are actually shouldering the biggest burden, in as much as we know that there's free basic water and the free basic electricity, that government must be able to cater for those. I thought I should be able to say that if we go back to some of the resolution, we insist on them, and we don't wait, leadership, for these tariffs to start the other process. And we give you a roadmap by SALGA, local government, COGTA, and Treasury in resolving these issues. Mina, I'll be the happy one, Chairperson. But as I'm saying, we are discussing these ones just on a process point of view. We are discussing a mute point, but our discussion is not mute because it's more about accountability. It's also about transparency, but also shifting from our comfort zones. I will stop there, leadership, so that Mama Guide can also guide us as a leader on these matters. Thank you.
No, Mama Guys, before you come in, and I think what matter of when we started as a department in 2019, we raised these points that we're raising in 2019. As we raised them, we up until we even proposed the issue of top slicing, we proposed the issue of an independent regulator and so forth and so on, and all those issues. It was because we were talking. But if the PC shall be turned into a talk show that consistently talk about one thing and one thing consistently, nothing is done. For instance, we agreed there shall be no increase. Others just went on to increase. Those that does not increase, as you are saying, they blackmail us. They go and just stop working. And therefore they create a rift between us and the communities. We must talk about those issues. Deputy Minister and the Deputy Minister Magads and DG Phillips, water is a responsibility and a purview of the Minister of Water and Sanitation. It is his purview. It is him who must give water to society. It is him who decides how is he going to give that water. He decides that because I can't do any other thing, I will appoint boards that will do this work for me. These boards, it is his purview. They report to him. It is his purview. These boards are not appointed by parliament or by executive. It's appointed by him. He takes them to the president agree, and they work under his leadership. Now these people that he has appointed, when he gives them instructions to do work according to what his mandate is, take him to court and he live with it. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. These boards are not statute. They are designed in order to help the minister to deliver on his mandate. They are not independent. They are not. They work on behalf of the minister, and the minister holds the whip on them. Now, if we all agree on what must be done, and they alone does not agree, they hold us at ransom, and we must live with it. I don't accept it. I honestly, as the chair, I want to accept such an approach. The boards are part and parcel of what the minister must oversee, and that the minister must deliver water as his direct mandate to deliver water to the people. It is not the boards that are elected to deliver water. It is the minister. So the minister will have to talk to them in a manner that helps him to deliver. But if they hold him at ransom, and we come and be told in a meeting that unfortunately we must help the boards to survive at the expense of any other thing, the boards must survive, it can't be correct. Who will be served by those boards if everybody else does not have money to pay whatever they want as increase? Because somebody must be in the affordability must come to the fore, and the person who guard for the affordability of the people in South Africa in terms of water is the Minister of Department of Water and Sanitation, not the boards. So it can't be the other way around, Bob Mashov. It must be the other way around, not the other way around. But I mean, but still, then I'm still asking the question, Bob Mashov, which must be answered. If we are not part of the box that you must tick in determining the tariffs, why are we taking this time to discuss them? Why are they not being passed and just be implemented without us being talking about? We are made to talk and apply emotions on it, when in actual fact, we are not supposed to do it because the statute does not allow us to do that. You have consulted all other people, the municipalities, the water boards, and any other people, but you did not, and the law even does not allow you, according to yourself, to talk to us because you are not part of the box that you must take. But when it has been done, dusted with, then it must come to us, and you must waste time and energy and emotions to talk about things that whether we like it, you have already implemented on the 16th of March. Today it is in April. We talk as if it is something that can or shall be done when it is already been done. Why are we being made to be like that? We are made complainants in our own struggle, and we must accept it. I really don't accept it that I must come here and waste time to talk about something you have already decided upon. And it is law that says do it. Do it if that is the case, but don't bring it to us for discussions. Just implement it. And we have raised this point in 2019. We have raised this point in 2020. We have raised this point in 2021. We are raising it again, and we are being told that at least let's talk and let's talk. this sixth term of parliament will end with this notion that at least there is the light at the end of the tunnel. There's no light. Cut that light. Let there be darkness. Then there's a crisis. That light does not help us. It doesn't. Mama guys, I mean.
Thank you, Weru. Kaspedi ba re a di je di shia marapo. I can feel your emotions are very high, and really let's cool down. Chairperson and members of the committee, I am of the belief that definitely dealing with the district development model, we definitely will be able to deal with the issues that you have raised so sharply, Honorable Chairperson. I think what has been happening as we've been doing the stakeholder consultation was that there was no convergence. And as we come into Parliament, we also, even our presentation, indicated that this is what SALGA is implying. This is what National Treasury is indicating. But also as a department, these are the issues that we believe, because we had a feeling that for the fact that the minister cannot be able to dictate as to how the tariffs should be dealt with. That is why we ended up being so like we are scattered in how we're doing things. But for sure, from now on, working with Councillor Noom, working with National Treasury and the department, we definitely will be able to bring the water boards on board and be able to look into the issues. I think at some stages, Dear Mahlowe indicated that the minister, with very, very reluctant, had to sign the tariffs to go to Parliament. And at hindsight, for sure, the process should be able to start earlier, such that, as expected by law, that by the 15th of March, the tariff should have reached Parliament. We will make sure that we work on the issues such that Parliament, particularly portfolio committees, I think sometimes earlier on, Chairperson, you indicated that it is good, and even Dear Mahlowe indicated that it is important that not only will it be portfolio committee on water and sanitation, we've got COPTA, we've got National Treasury, all the portfolios that matters, including even those that are dealing with electricity, that we're able to come on board so that we can be able to, as we determine the tariffs, we're able to factor in all the other things that are needed, particularly from external, but also looking into the internal factors such as your labor, your chemicals, your maintenance, operations and maintenance, infrastructure development as we're going forward. These are some of the things that as tariffs are being looked into, we take that into consideration. But I also want to say to yourself, Chairperson, that for sure, one of the things that we need to look into is how do we really work with Treasury so that we can be able to be guided as to how do we deal with inflation issues, because these are some of the things that you have to take into consideration. But as Dear Mahlowe has also indicated, let us look at what the water boards are saying and how the tariffs are being made. But it is also important that we should be able to look into the municipalities and say, what are the tariffs of the municipalities? What percentage on an annual basis are the municipalities putting to their residents, and we should be able to have something that we balance the scale. It's not something that is focused on the boards only, but it should also be able to focus on the municipality, which is the water services authorities, and be able to say, indeed, municipalities are correct, can be able to put their water tariffs in this manner. But also, as we do that, taking into consideration what ESCOM is indicating, and so that the projections are not one-sided, or the discussions are not one-sided, focusing on the water tariffs as the boards are putting forward. I would want to also indicate that, Chairperson, one of the things that we cannot ignore, dear Mahlobo spoke to non-revenued water, where some municipalities are losing up to 40%. And I need to indicate that when we were in the Northern Cape, Salt Plaatje municipality, there was an indication that it is losing up to 60% water losses. And you can just imagine that if they only have 40%, you can be able to deliver to the communities, and the rest of the 60% they are paying for, which actually they cannot be able to account for. What does that say? It means they will be able to make sure that the resident close on the gap of that 60% that has been lost. And these are the things that, as we're dealing with the water tariffs, and as we're dealing with how we should be able to look at water resource management in particular, we look into how do we assist the municipalities so that there can be reduction of water losses in most of the municipalities, and also taking into consideration the fact that we also need to educate our communities. Pollution of our water resources, destruction of our water infrastructure, because every time, whenever there is no water in a particular area, the easy thing is to go and break, because there is no water, you have to go and break the pipes. And this is where we're working backwards, 5 steps backward, 3 steps forward. These are the challenges. We need to educate and communicate thoroughly to our communities that do not litter in such a way that our water resource areas are filled up with pollutants, because then it makes the water boards to use a lot in them making sure that there is proper clean water that goes to the communities. Then you use a lot of chemicals, you use a lot of labor in this regard. And this, for me, are some of the things that we need to work. Let us communicate. And communicate. Our communities will be able to understand the challenges that are there, and how do we now balance? Because remember, it is not only about economic issues here. There are also social issues that we have to factor in. Your indigent policy, that is also factored in, but also the importance of not some water for some people, but the importance of some water for all in the Republic of South Africa. For me, what becomes very important is that let us really work in such a way that we allow, and Chairperson, you must be able to understand me with due respect. We should be able to allow and assist the water boards, as has been indicated in the Water Summit, that we would want our water board to go and assist with capacity building, to go and assist our municipalities in very many different ways, so that water can be able to be not a commodity for some, but it must be water for everybody. If we are able to do that, and for them to be increasing their tariffs, for them to be doing certain things, it is just with that idea of wanting to make sure that water goes to everybody in the Republic of South Africa. Indeed, like the minister was indicating, he is signing the tariffs, but definitely he has also indicated that in future we need to have a thorough engagement with the boards. We need to have an engagement which actually is able to give us one of the things that the minister has indicated, Memutala, is that we need to have a projection, maybe 4 or 5 years projection of the anticipation that we are going to be having, factoring into economic and social issues as we're doing that. So for us in the portfolio committee, we are very happy that you are guiding us, and we are very happy that for me in particular, being given this portfolio of making sure that issues in Parliament are followed up. I am definitely, Chairperson, going to be taking all the resolutions that has been taken since 2019 and make sure that those resolutions that have been taken since 2019 are implemented. Those that have not been implemented are implemented, and those that have been implemented, we should be able to give you a report of how did we implement that, how far have we gone with the implementation, what are the issues that are making us to be unable to implement some of these resolutions. And I think, Chairperson, part of the things that I would implore onto the committee is that let us look at the policies, let us look at the legislations, and where there's a need, as legislators, we should be able to guide one another to say, this legislation or this policy or this regulation, we need to look into it and say, probably if we tweak here, if we're able to amend here, we should be able to live up to what we are terming ourselves as an ideal of providing water to all the people of the Republic of South Africa. And I don't, looking at the time, Chairperson, let me quickly give to the DG to respond to most of the issues that have been raised by honorable members. Mindful of time, I have really gone lolo, and I think DG, if so allowed, for sure, Chairperson, you will allow us space to go past 1 o'clock in this matter, because this is an important topic. Through you, Chairperson, thank you very much. Chairperson, I'm done.
Thank you, Chairperson. Leonardo, would you like to come in to give some answers on specific questions?
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Honourable Chair. I just think that some of the things that we will sweep after the comprehensive response by the 2 deputy ministers will just be on the one issue in terms of that about the Mogali's water is one of it. In terms of why we're allowing that average, just keep in mind that the average is what the department is working with them on to actually cover those issues in terms of the cross-subsidization. We take into cognizance the fact that we would like rather them to keep the higher high and bring the lower up to a point where it can have more effective cross-subsidization. But unfortunately, it is something that is not effectively implemented as yet, but we're working on that one. When is this tariff coming into effect? Is the 1st of July, as per the municipal financial year. The other element that we wanted to raise was that the minister's reluctance was expressed by both deputy ministers. Just keep in mind, I want to repeat the issue of the court case. It was a court case between Sencorp, which is an entity in the area of Ilembe, versus Umgeni Water that went to court. The minister was just, I think, a third or fourth respondent in that case. However, when judgment was cast, it stated that the minister, in that case, the minister lowered the tariff of Umgeni Water, what they recommended. And this court case expressed basically the fact, and it was a Concord judgment, that the minister didn't have right to reduce the tariff. So that was something that is in the background that has to be noted as well. And that's the reason why the department is reviewing legislation as well in terms in this space to ensure that things can be more effectively being managed in the future. There were various questions regarding input cost, and I would just like to refer the honorable members back to the slides in terms of the bar charts that we have attached in terms of our presentation, which actually is noted the input cost of staffing, electricity, depreciation, and others, that raw water cost that is actually stipulated there. And we can perhaps relook at it perhaps in future to give it more in tabular form on one sheet, but that is in terms of how it has been presented to the portfolio committee. In terms of the honorable member Sislawe mentioned the issue of communities. We speak about communities, and she asked a very pertinent question in terms of how the non-increase have actually impacted the sector. And the non-increase actually, honorable member, went to the point where it didn't benefit the community as much, because of the fact is that municipalities still raised their tariffs that was charged to, or rates that was charged to the communities in spite of the reprieve, and that didn't really generate it into a reduction in debt either to the water board. So the impact was minimal, and to the detriment basically of the financial viability of our water boards. So yeah, I think that I will pause here for now and just hand over to Suzani to come and just to respond to some of the remaining questions, please.
Thank you, Leonardo. Thank you, honorable members. To add on some of the questions that were asked, the issue of impairments, let me start there. It is an IFRS thing. It's an accounting standards thing that needs to be included in the accounting of every institution. Therefore, we find it kind of difficult to work around, but with the quasi-regulator, we will be able to put forward our recommendations on how to address that and maybe get a direction or assistance on how to make it work better. Right now, legislation is really preventing us from doing much about that particular element. And looking at the review of the pricing strategy and the norms and standards, yes, they will be providing for a multi-year tariffs, but that can only be implemented once those two documents have been approved. In terms of the status, the norms and standards for tariff setting is already en route to obtain our minister's approval to get the concurrence of the Minister of Finance. Then it will be taken forward on the approval channel. While the pricing strategy is lagging slightly behind because we still have some issues from the National Treasury that we needed to sort out. And I am happy to say we are finally on the same page and the pricing, but then we are feeling that considering the time that it has taken, we need to go for another round of public consultation before we can get concurrence and route it for approval. We are hoping that this financial year 22-23 will really be the last year of us still discussing the amendments on the document. there was something else that was highlighted. The pricing strategy on what it includes. There was a comment that the pricing strategy is meant to provide for financial assistance. That is not the case. The legislation talks about the financial assistance, both the National Water Act and the Water Services Act, but the pricing strategy and the norms and standards are meant to be tools that are guiding the determination of the tariffs. And with the norms and standards, there is also an inclusion of some subsidization mechanisms that may be in place. And as Deputy Minister Mashobo indicated that the tariffs have got formulas. Those formulas were determined by the department. They were consulted and I think supported by SALGA and National Treasury to a certain extent. So those are going to be kept up because we have to look at the sustainability of the institutions. Yes, I agree, we can't overlook the affordability. But then I must also highlight that with the growing debt rates that we are sitting with, those makes as if the tariffs are too high. But I must assure the members that if we were in a perfect world where everybody was able to pay, you would understand that these tariffs are actually advantageous and they would have contributed immensely in the sustainability of service delivery. I'm trying to find another point. There was an issue around the economies of scale. My understanding of the economies of scale is that if Waterboards were able to expand their supply areas and have more customers paying in, that would assist in the tariff that is being charged. Taking note that the cost of providing the service is mostly fixed, it's variable only in terms of the volumes of water that are being sold and the chemicals used, but generally they are fixed. So the more the customers, the lesser the tariff because they would be reducing the share of the cost of delivery. But in our scenario, we don't have that luxury. And in areas where we do have that luxury, where the economies of scale is deemed to be good, there are other challenges. If I may take the area of Sidibeng water for one, the challenge is that as much as Sidibeng is big, it is serving predominantly poor areas who are highly dependent on the equitable share. And some of the municipalities, the last time I checked, they were really, really highly indigent. Therefore, you know, they cannot afford the tariff that Sidibeng is putting forward, yet Sidibeng does not get any subsidy from government. Therefore, that economies of scale becomes null and void in Sidibeng and making it a really hard challenge to deal with. So it is a concern moving forward that sometimes we may think that the economies of scale will actually add value, but in other circumstances, it really doesn't. Now, the issues of liquidity, from where we are sitting, those are highly affected by the growing debt. As Leonardo has stated earlier, the 0% that was granted in the past, municipalities actually passed it on to the customers. But one of the lessons that we have learned was that 0%, besides it not being passed on, the debt still increased in the same period. So there was no impact in terms of the reduction of debt. And when we talk about liquidity ratio and the financial flows, we need to really put some eyes on how we can assist municipalities to improve their revenue collection strategies so that they may be able to cover the costs of supplying the services that they are getting. Lastly, one of the things that we have not done this time around versus last year was that we have not shown the municipal tariffs versus the waterboard tariffs. I would like to highlight that there is a really big margin of difference between the two. Though I also understand that municipalities are dealing with reticulation, meaning that their infrastructure is a whole lot more complex, pushing their tariffs even higher. Without us managing the issue of user pay principle effectively, then we are going to continue in these discussions that are leading us to sit with a very high death rate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. From our side.
Yeah. Who's that? Who's that? Who was speaking? Who was speaking?
That was Leonardo.
Okay.
Leonardo was thanking you, Chair.
Oh. The assumption I'm making is that we might have come to the end of being told of the tariffs. Because
Can I have a follow-up, Chairperson?
Assistance. We are trying to sing in Kunz. In Kunz, I've seen commerce. Because when's the follow-up? It's past 1 now.
Baga,
Kuzayenzelani follow-up mangafuna ukuphendula. Uyenzelani?
Chair, they can perhaps write the response. I don't mind.
And when I follow follow-up yako. Ibuza sis, because now mafuna ubhalelwa ngabhala mos. But buza sis, singazongitshana ukukhuluma ku portfolio.
Ingene che.
Uvuliwe umnyango uvuliwe.
Chadman, thank you very much. Just 2 minutes or less. Ndiyacela ukuba i-department ike isinike i-proposal yale procedure to agree on these tariffs. Appropriate that Tina, as the portfolio committee, we are able to debate the issues. It continues to come at the later stage, and our role is very minimal. We don't want to be the crying kids all the time and complaining. It's not fair. That the department with all the role players, a clear procedure to agree to debate the matter fairly with all of us. The second issue, can we get a response from SALGA, if not now? What is the transformation agenda with SALGA in terms of non-payment of services? The culture that we had. You are not getting that. The third one, which is the last, what is the experience of SALGA about the utilization of MIG funds in municipalities? Which municipalities are using the MIG fund correctly than others? So those are the three issues there that perhaps a response could be written down or could be responded in a particular time. Because we've been asking this, we are not getting a response. You see, one of the issues, we are not a committee of boardrooms. If there's a problem about the payment of services, again, we need to be told, and a plan to be developed to develop all of us. We should not always be given at the last moment. I agree with the minister. The minister is given a document to sign. And the politician, he believes he could have a better input to deal with other issues. So I'm saying, can we get a better, appropriate procedure to address this matter? It can't continue like this every financial year. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity, Chairperson. I appreciate.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think those that have got answers, even input to respond to Sis Nancy, which is now on behalf of the committee, because she has asked questions on behalf of the committee. Please write that and send it to NOSIPO, NOSIPO send us to us. And I want to just avoid us opening a discussion again, because as I have said, my view is that we were in a meeting to be told of increases, and there's increases that have been decided upon. Unfortunately, because we are politicians, we politic around a matter that has been concluded already, unfortunately. And we are being mitigated upon to understand why the matter is included, is finalized, because of whatever the reasons, but that's fine. And I think it will change moving forward. Yeah, with that in mind, NOSIPO.
Chairperson.
Left is the program of action of the committee.
Chairperson.
The item that we did not discuss was the first item.
The program of the committee, yes, Chairperson.
Where is it?
Sibonge phela chairman Australians, we are not part of your committee. Thank you.
I can't see right.
Demand chairman. Thank you, elder brother.
No, it had. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Matlowa and Deputy Minister Magazi, DG Phillips. You will realize that I'm thanking you with a heavy heart, like the minister did, in signing the tariffs with a heavy heart.
We are demanding the thank you we are demanding the thank you to myself and Magazi with a heavy heart, Chair. Thank you.
I did that.
I was demanding with heavy heart too. Thank you.
Okay. No, that's
Moya fast, Chairperson. Moya fast. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Okay.
Moya fast, DM.
Grace, are you in the meeting?
Yes, Chair, I'm here. Yes, I'm here, Chair.
Your silence is noisy.
No, I'm here, Chair.
Yeah, I'm just simply saying your silence is very noisy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, at some point I raised my hand, but I didn't want to be attacked. Your mood today was up there.
Oh, okay. My apologies. My apologies. Asiboni Pascop, NOSIPO. There is the program. Oh, I've almost got some. Okay. Just a minute. Hold on for me. Okay. The 19th of April is today. It's gone. Then the first meeting is going to be on the 3rd of May. Is that true? So,
Yeah, we've got a leave period 25 to 29 April.
Of May.
If that's the case, we need 2 days.
To sit the whole day.
No, why must we sit for the whole day in the meeting? Our concentration is gone. The 3rd of May is Tuesday.
Yes, Chairperson.
Find another day, either the 4th, the 5th, or the 6th.
Okay, Chairperson.
Yeah. Members.
Chairperson, Chairperson, can I make a proposal?
Yeah.
We accept the 3rd of May. We will only have a briefing of the budget vote. And then on the 3rd of May, they can bring us a revised schedule for the portfolio committee for the term.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm taking a shortcut. Okay, no, I think it's fine. Where is Anish?
Yes, Chairperson.
But on the 10th, there is a meeting.
Yes, Chairperson, the consideration of the report of the APPs. There's this meeting.
Okay. And up the 24th, there is also a meeting. When is the budget vote?
It's on the 13th of May.
Okay.
So this meeting must happen before then.
Before the 10th?
Yes.
Okay, find the date, Just check with Honorable Swai, Honorable Teki, because they are also members of Human Settlement.
All right, Chairperson.
Yeah, don't contradict that, because then we'll not have a quorum. Okay, we take the advice of Honorable Basson, and otherwise all other dates are agreed. Is that what I'm understanding, members?
Yes. Yes, Chair. Although I had another proposal. But yeah.
Say it.
Oh, no, Chair, because this week of the 3rd to 3, 4, 5, 6, the 3 to the 3rd to the 6th is a committee week. It means that Parliament is expecting us to interact with the departments and entities during that week. So I'm of the view that that Tuesday, can we then utilize it for maybe 2, the department and water research. Know exactly that water research does not have too many challenges as much as you want to hear their strategic plans and their APPs. But it's not that strenuous to interact with water research. So can we take the 2 and we'll be left with the 2 CMAs and the TCTA? And then I will take that second point that you have raised, that we must check with the Honorable Tseki and Stroy, because they are saving in the other committee, the human settlement, just to check the available dates, be it on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, to deal with the outstanding 3 entities.
Honorable Basson, are you not amendable to that? Because you have already said we must take the 3rd with 1 item. Honorable Tseke is proposed that we put another item to be 2, and then we'll get another day, of course, for the other remaining 3.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, Chairperson, not a problem.
Okay.
Thank you very much. What is left, Nosipo?
It's closing remarks by you, Chairperson.
The closing remarks is that I want to back in Parliament, as we're going back to Parliament, all of you who are supporting us, please get a space in Parliament. We must start working from Parliament now.
Are you in Parliament, Chairperson?
Yes.
Okay.
Chairperson, can I quickly ask a question before you close? We discussed it, I think, very briefly. When are we going to get back into in-person meetings in Parliament? Is there any idea from your side or administrative side that when this will happen?
That's what I'm trying to impose, Honorable Leon. Nosipo and the team are very reluctant to go back to Parliament. I don't understand why. They don't, because once they are working from home, they won't even look for possible venues for us to meet in person. There are boardrooms that you can meet in person there are quite a number, even in your NCOPs, boardrooms are open. But because they are not in Parliament, they are at home, they can't improvise for us to meet in persons. So Nosipo, Sherin and others, go and look for us to work in person in Parliament. Want to work in Parliament.
Chairperson, let's arrange the 3rd of May to be an in-person meeting. They must just find a venue. Other committees are working from Parliament.
Leon, we do have an office. Leon, we have an office in Parliament. We don't have offices.
You can come and use my office as well. It's fine.
It's painted blue, that one.
Leon, the 3rd is very early.
It's still early.
Yes. Allow them to look around. They will come back to us. Did you hear that?
I'm listening, Chairperson.
Did you hear that?
I heard it. Thank you, Chair.
Nosipo, did you hear that?
Agree. Yes, say yes, Nosipho.
I must first talk to my manager before I can say yes.
Well, did you hear it, Nosipho?
Yes.
I was listening to listen.
Okay. The communication office. Remember, we took a decision earlier on to speak to the public about the KZN Eastern Cape the disaster management process that we are involved in. Please let me get the write up and come and then I'll come back to you for sending it away.
Okay, Chair.
Where a communication office. But then
You was in the meeting, Chair. I saw you.
yeah, but where is he? Because he was not. We did not release him. We released executive.
He's not here for now.
Abona ke Nosipho ile nto ngithi kumele uyizwe lento ungathi umamele.
You was in the meeting earlier.
Thank you very much. The meeting stand adjourned. It is 1, at least for your indulgence and your non-complaining. I must appreciate that. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.